Welcome back, everybody. What we have here is a mistake on my end. I did not record audio for any and all of these clips. So you're going to get a voiceover from me. What we're looking at right now is it's going to be a limestone farm that I'm building because my current method of getting tough is it's being a little rough on my crafting system, and I found out that within one of my mods there's a recipe to grind using to crush using the crushing wheels. I can crush the limestone down into tough. So that's basically what we're doing here. That's kind of the end of the story. I This is what the honey farm I made several episodes ago. I might not have even included in an episode, uh, you know, properly, but it's here. I'm gonna connect it under the ground and everything. One thing I'm going to do, I'm going to end up just completely. I'm going to try anyway just to use all of this footage, just sped up. So hopefully we're going to end up with more of a podcast style episode, and maybe with the footage sped up it'll keep everyone interested, or maybe you throw this on in the background and do something else while I talk to you for the following, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. But what I'd like to talk about, and one of the things I'd like to get to, because I mean you can clearly see what's going on, it's fairly straightforward work. I would like to talk about what's going on with me in the next 2 months or so. Now I'm getting married. November 15th, I'm getting married. Now, before November 15th, I am also going on vacation. I did not schedule both of those events. My fiance is taking care of the wedding. I scheduled the vacation prior to that. So basically, what we're going to end up doing is what I'm doing here, hopefully, is getting ahead on videos so that, well, I'm still consistent. I'm still making videos for you guys. But ideally, also, I'll have maybe, I don't want to say a better work ethic, but maybe I'll be set up in such a way so that the the videos uh, they aren't taking up too much time. They're more consistent, and I'm able to personally do this in addition to other projects I have going on. I recently built my fiance, my future wife. Uh, I built her cubbies closet organizer basically for her office. I had a guest bedroom. I decided I'd rather turn it into an office for her because I don't have guests hardly ever, and she doesn't either. So it made more sense to me logically to be able to use that space for storage. So I built her cubbies that are they're cubbies. The average metric for cubbies is an 11 by 11 space. So I made them like 11 and a quarter wide, 11 and a quarter tall, and then I made it with scrap plywood I had lying around. Now I say scrap; they were full sheets of plywood. My fire department got a brand new dining table. What was it? It was 9 feet long, 4.5 feet wide. So I had two full sheets of plywood from the box that was shipped to us in. So I used all that to cut it down. I was trying to I was trying to be cheap, save some money for myself. And if you hear like a slight difference in the audio, or perhaps more of a echo in the area, I apologize for that. On the face, so you can't even see that it's plywood, because the reason I use plywood was because we were going to paint it. She wants it white, so I painted it white. And then just to add an extra little bit of difficulty to the whole project, she tells me she wants a shelf on the top of the cubbies. Not a regular shelf. She wants it to span the width of the room, 10 feet. This is also the room Cashew likes to hang out in, so we're here talking about the things taking up his favorite room. But yes, so I've built a cubby for her. The cubby is the 10-foot shelf. I even threw some lights on the underside of the cubby, mostly for my own fun, but also I think it adds a nice little bit of atmosphere. It's actually about as bright, if not slightly brighter than the light in the room. So at night, she can just turn the light on and sit, and she can work from there. Now, she does mostly, whereas I do woodworking, she's more into crafts, sewing, knitting, all the stuff that, frankly, I don't have the patience for. So this works out well. In addition to the cubbies and the 10-foot shelf, which, by the way, just real quick, this 10-foot shelf I built for her, I built it in two parts, two 5-foot parts, so that I could install it separately, and I didn't have to wrestle a 10-foot thing tightly into place. And then there's a like a 32nd of an inch gap. It's a tiny gap. You can hardly see it. Well, I mean, right now you can see it. That's because I haven't filled it. But I left this tiny gap in so that I could get this thing in. I could get it into place. And I'm going to fill holes and gaps with, I have trim caulk and drywall mud and the same paint I did the whole thing in. So that's all taken care of. I have the paint she used for the room. So because I told her it's going to be her room, just paint it. If you don't like how it looks, she did. That's fine. I don't mind. It it looks better. I can't say anything. She did a good job. Now, I want to get all of this done prior to the wedding. So that's the difficulty I'm finding here. I want all this done before the wedding, and I'm going to be scrolling on the screen now, walking around. I bought a wireless headset, if I didn't mention that already, so I'm walking around doing all this talking. I'm trying to figure out where I'm at in the video because, frankly, I can keep going, and I'm going to because, well, as you can tell by looking at the the progress bar in the bottom of your screen, I'm not done yet. I got quite a while left to go. What we're doing here, she does crafts. She doesn't have a desk at home at her current place. She has, I guess she has one, but she uses it for a sewing machine, which honestly is a little small for her sewing machine. She's not a huge fan of it. I've got a pretty strong feeling I'll be building her a second desk for that in the future, which I don't mind. She's going to be my wife, and I love her, so I'm going to do that. But I don't know. I just have to have to figure out how I'm going to do this. But as mentioned, so she has a sewing machine, a desk for a sewing machine, which is too small. So she doesn't have a designated like computer desk. I've got this big one for my desktop. She has a laptop she uses to control her Cricut, pay bills, whatever. So I built her a bigger desk. My initial plan was just small desk. She requested it be like 2 feet by 3 feet and small legs, basically just for her small laptop. Now, in the process of building that desk, she changed her mind, decided she wanted an L-shaped desk. Now, I think she made a good decision. It's a good sized desk. Now she has it's 6 feet long on one side and 3.5 feet wide on the other. Now, personal mistake I might have made. I should have made the shorter side a little bit longer. The initial plan was to have a little space between that and the cubbies, and yeah, now there's a little more space than I think there should be. But that's beside the point. It looks very nice. This is all solid. The desk is built so that it can be taken apart and transported should we ever decide to move, which I mean, it's more than likely going to happen. not anytime soon, but someday. Someday we'll probably move to a new house. But yes, it's nice. There, the posts, the pictures of this are actually over on my Instagram. My Instagram. So that's it. I don't post about videos on the Instagram. The Instagram is entirely wood. Well, now it's entirely woodworking based on things I built for the house and everything I have going on around here. That being said, the woodworking isn't always the from my perspective, having just watched tons of YouTube videos, I don't I don't live up to those standards, but also I think it's important to note that those guys have been working for woodworking for 8 years, heck, 5 years by the point I think I'd even started watching, and probably 8 years on YouTube. So they've got a little bit of experience. They're doing pretty well for themselves. And in that aspect, I would like to strive to be on that level. The okay, I found it. Here it is. Now, my woodworking uh, my woodworking profile on Instagram is called fire_woodworking. I'm a firefighter. I do woodworking. I don't talk about YouTube there, so I don't include that in the video. But what you can see there is the desk I recently built. I haven't put up a post for the cubbies yet because they're not done. I haven't filled in all the holes yet, so I don't want to post an incomplete project. But I built previously. I built tables. I think I've showed my desk on there at one point. I've done my fair share. I've done quite a bit, I think. And admittedly, it's been a little inactive on this channel on the Instagram recently because I've been repainting the house, building closet in the bedroom. So we've got a his and hers deal now. Before we had a me, just me, because it was just me in the house. But yes. So it's all coming together pretty well, I feel. I'm excited about getting married. The thing I'm not excited about is how do I phrase this nicely? I'm not excited about maintaining an upload schedule and a new wife. That's, I mean, completely new territory for me. And the upload schedule already is something I haven't. I mean, I've been okay with the last, I don't know, 3 months or so. But before that, I went completely like radio silent for a couple months. So I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to avoid doing that again. Now let's get back on topic as far as Minecraft and Minecolonies, the create mod, all these videos are concerned. Now I have, well, you might have been able to pick up on this. I've been building one colony, and then a couple episodes ago, last episode, whenever that was, I started a second colony. Now, the second colony is coming along a little slower than I'd like, but that's also because I think I'm jumping the gun a little bit. I know what's required thanks to the first colony, and I'm getting to that a lot faster than perhaps I should be. What I would like to say is I will be slowly developing that colony further. And yes, I did give it a Bible passage, or not passage, but a name from my mom's old Bible, and that was related to the distance between the colonies. I believe that was what 567. Anyway, yeah, it was Psalm 37. I'm not going to read it, but I would like to request that in the future, if you're interested, please do comment, give me some ideas, some names for future villages, future colonies that I can build up and develop because I'd like to see more of these these little cities working with each other. Uh, that's just kind of where I'm at with that. I feel like that would be a more interesting thing to do. Now, what I would like to suggest, you name. I have three. I have, let's call it four. I have four areas that kind of need to be named, and from north to south in the series, on the map, we have the end portal. I'm gonna build up a little area around there. We're going to have the let's see, we have the end portal. We'll have the snowy sort of colony. Hopefully that that doesn't look too bad. What else? In addition to the snowy colony, we'll have a colony in the savannah, polar opposite. Um, and the thing I'm excited for about the savannah is that it's a warm biome where it does not rain. So we shouldn't have the issue with colonists refusing to work in the rain. And then the final colony, as I mean, as far as I've planned it out now, is the final colony I have planned is the what is it? It's oh yes, the jungle colony. So that one's going to be a fairly small one. I'm hoping to make that one more mostly warrior focused. I think like we'll have the basic requirements for built like for supporting around the colony, but we'll have a walled area that is entirely supported by uh, local farms. There's not going to be other colonies feeding into this colony. I mean, yes, like what is it? What is it? Cabbage can only be grown in colder climates, according to the Minecolonies. So, the snow colony is probably going to have to grow cabbage, and if I want to, or lettuce, whichever one it is in the mod pack. Well, whichever one it is, it's going to have to be shared between that colony and a bunch of other ones. But by the same token, a bunch of other colonies could feed into this one. Uh, as far as regular like base Minecraft or even uh Farmer's Delight foods or the Corn Delight because I did add I had to add corn to it. Those farms, those can be produced by me on a completely different section, completely different area. In that aspect, I am fully capable of uh, I'm fully capable of producing wheat, carrot, potato, beetroot. I don't know if beetroot would be necessary. I don't know that I've ever even seen a recipe for beetroot. I might have. I just haven't been paying attention. But yes, all those corn, carrots, not I already said carrots. But yeah, the corn, everything that is produced within Farmer's Delight and base Minecraft, I can produce and supply to the colony. Probably, I don't know, a stack at a time or so. Difficulty I have found is in trying to use post boxes to transport items from my storage to the colony, and in turn transport. What is it? It's a going from the train station to the post box, and then the post box unpacking that into a stash so that the colonists can have access, or the colony can have access to the uh, the items. I've lost several stacks because I thought I could just input the item into the stash, and then I cash you, and then a courier will come and pick it up. Well, apparently that's not how that works, and maybe I don't even know how the stash works properly. Maybe I'll probably have to do watch another little video so I can get some research going on that front. All right, so we're back over at the factory area. In the next video, I'm planning on working on more of this area, specifically that tower with the enchantment industry stuff, and then the other tower which frankly I don't really know what I'm doing with yet. But please remember to like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what you want to name those, what you think we should name the other colonies. Help me out a little bit here because frankly I still don't really know what's going on. Like down here, you can see I initially built this so I could stack the farms. I could stack some more of these cobblestone generators vertically, but I really don't need to. And honestly, if you look at the way the chain drives line up, they'd be sticking through the side of the wall, so I can't do that. But yeah, make sure like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what you like. Tell me what you didn't like. I'll see you guys in the next video. And until then, thanks for watching. Greetings, everybody. Greetings, greetings. It's Affected Hippo. Hi, hey, it's me, back here again. And I'm going to start off right where I was standing in the last episode. I want to get this going, get this together, get a little roof on this side and a little roof over here. And you know what? While we're at it, maybe figure out what's going on, because I don't know what I'm doing over there yet. I know this tower's pretty much taken care of, but this one right here, I built solely so that I could. I guess I didn't even do that very well because of where this falls. I'd have to move this wall over. But I thought I built this so that when the uh, so that if I ever needed more cobblestone, which by the way I haven't, I feel like this is more than enough right now. But if I ever needed more cobblestone, I'd be able to uh, just really overproduce everything all at once. That didn't happen, and honestly, I think I might have gone a little overkill on this area. So I think reasonably, I could shrink this whole tower piece down here, or I could try and do something else fun with it. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure I'll think of something. All right, some minor improvements have been made around here. Nothing much in the vicinity in the in the area where I actually keep all my enchanted books. But I did put a railing up just in case. Obviously, it makes no difference. We jump right over it. There's now a roof on the structure, and as you can see, there's a valve handle here so that I can rotate the roof off. Now, this does technically make the roof look a little weird, but I don't mind. The important thing is that we actually have sky access for the hyper enchanting, and then it goes right back down. It actually forms into a solid roof that's based on settings right here. Only place one in original position, and then from up here, I can still see all that I have going on over in this area, and I can still do your basic regular enchanting, which I probably wouldn't do because I have that, but it is an option. I also have a decent collection of enchanted books so far, which I may continue to grow. I may not. It depends entirely on what I can find. And then I have some of the uh, enchanted books with just multiple enchants on them. So, like, these are boots. This is for general armor. This one is pretty much for everything, and mending and unbreaking. This over here, I think, is the curse, yep, of vanishing. Don't use that one. And then I just have a series of unused items. I don't know why I have super enchanting block of super experience. Super, yeah, block of super experience. I don't know why I have that over here. I also need to stop just throwing these eggs around. Throw it in right there. What I was thinking, however, is we've got We have this train right here and its associated carriages, but we're on day 497. We're almost 500 days in, and we only have one train. We need to change that. What you see before you is my recreation of the Milwaukee Road S3, which I've never seen in person, but I saw it on was it game Train Station 3, the mobile game, and I just thought, oh, surely this will be fun. And if we don't even, I can't even see the whole thing from here. It's got a bunch of windows and stripes, and I somehow picked up the side of the platform. Oh, I gotta take that back. Oh, and the way I designed the train, I have a hatch here, so I can have a driver inside the cab, and he can technically drive without any interaction from me. All right. Now we have to deconstruct the train, which these are still working correctly. That's nice. Uh, that broke naturally, and we will be removing all of this. And maybe we'll start building trains somewhere else. Probably just the center track. That's probably more than enough. Let's put them back together. Hang on, S3. And we gotta fill the platform back in naturally. We have all this. Now, next step, I suppose, would be to make carriages for this guy, but I like the idea. I mean, I'll get to him eventually. I'll definitely have carriages for him. It. Hang on. Until then, let's just go ahead and put him in the siding over yonder. He might fit. Oh, it's gonna be close. All right. Okay, end of tracks pretty much, but fits in here. Fits at the front. Haven't put doors on these and or floors, and I haven't used this guy in a while. But if you thought that was it, well, you'd be wrong. So I have a second cannon loaded up with another. This one's more of a shunter. This one, well, I mean, it can be whatever. In Train Station 3, I'm getting a lot of designs from Train Station 3 right now. It has a really nice feature where you can actually get up close to the train. You can see it in 360 degrees. I mean, I don't think you can see it from underneath, but you don't really need to either. I also um want to throw out there, I'm not sponsored. I'd like to be. I'm not sponsored though. So maybe we will pull him forward a bit. I don't know where I left the. Okay, so the bogey's right here. So we'll move him forward just a block, and that should be right. Naturally, I've forgotten a slice, I guess. It's pretty much the end of the construction anyway. It's a really quick one. Yep. So you should be done. I'll just throw you back in there. While I was at it, designing the other train, I built this little guy according to, once again, Train Station 3. That's it. Train Station 3. It's DRG class V 140. I'm gonna guess that V is a 5, so it'd be a class 5. Maybe it's number 140. I don't know. But I'm gonna take her for a little ride too. So what I've done with this train is I've put two controls at the front. I have one at the back as well. And now we have multiple engines in our little shed here. Very different locomotives, surely, but still, they are here. So what I'd like to do, real quick, is just separate them, but at the same time, maybe someday I'll get a schedule going for them so they can come and go as needed. If I do that, though, I will also need one of these over here. Uh, this side would do. And that's got to be brass so that it can go either way. And then trains also would have to be able to... Oh boy, where did I click this? So I get for putting it on a curve. See here, there's a straight bit. Let's go just before that. That might be fine. I hope it is. If not, it's an easy fix later on. Eventually, I might put a door on this thing and, maybe actually... Oh, maybe I'll put a shunter in here today while I'm at it. I mean, we are... Oh, and I put some random... I put a random assortment of freight cars and a brake van on it on the end of the siding for fun. Maybe those got set aside for another engine. Maybe I should build an engine to go with these guys. On my other monitor over this side, I actually have... Actually, I think I can show you. I'm watching a video by the Unlucky Tug that has it's every Thomas character's real life basis explained. I happened to just started it, so we're on Neil, and conveniently in the past I've built a Neil, so maybe I will bring him in. Unable to find the Neil schematic. I actually may not have made a Neil schematic. There is a diesel shunter, which might be more fun, more fitting for the area. You can see I I put a whistle in him, I guess, so he could have a horn or make some noise. But yeah, this is not very realistic. I'm just also this was made with Steam and Rail, so there's a ton of blocks in the middle here, but they don't load properly because they are Loco Metal instead of whatever the windows are Mangrove. So maybe uh I'll have to build this guy out of Mangrove now. You know, looking at this train, I feel like I get like sniffer vibes. You see, you feel I don't know, maybe it's the yellow face or just how blocky it is. I feel like it's almost sniffer-like. I'd also like to note that I need to get this bridge built at some point. I'm gonna go ahead and put this guy back in his shed, though. Where is there's the controller. Now, I will note, I'm well aware, there's something in the way. I'll deal with that. So, in my efforts to build the bridge between the factory, part of the swamp, part of the area, and the colony part of the area, I have completely run out of deep slate, believe it or not, and I also killed a bat just now. Anyway, I think it is only appropriate we go when we take a little look at the area. It's not much, but in the event that we actually get... Hold still. In the event that we actually get Seaman Rails updated, I could turn this section in the middle into a drawbridge. And I actually did the math to make sure that when this is rotated at 45 degrees, because it's diagonal, it's very slightly longer than your actual one block height. So this comes out to about 8.5 for the 6 block stretch it is. So it'll actually fit safely in here without clipping into anything, which is probably how it would be done realistically. And that is, of course, a guess because I don't really know what's going on. Oh, and I started copying in some previous. Uh, I started copying in some previous uh, rolling stock. Cut that. I started copying in some of my rolling stock from a previous world. I'm going to change the color scheme so that they line up with this guy right here. Hopefully, probably. Yeah, definitely going to do that. But not for a little while. I didn't get a materials list. I kind of just started going. And now that we're most of the way done, this is another thing I had to do. I needed more deep slate for the roofs of these trains. Should be coming along, probably out of copycat something by now. Nope, tiles now. What are we out of? Oh, slabs. Let's get a handful of the... Hopefully this actually comes to... Nope. What am I out of? Copycat. Nope. Tiles again. Yeah, it's been... This is exactly how the last half hour's gone. However long I've been building this out. What am I missing? Copycat layer. Actually, no. And then, obviously, this is going to be way more than I need, but now I should be prepared for a later project. And honestly, zinc is pretty much free from... zinc is free from limestone and from tuff, so I should be able to get both of those from here. I'm not really worried about it. Oh, I had andesite doors on this previous... Was it done? Do I really need to build some andesite doors? I'd rather not put andesite doors back on the train. I'll probably put some sliding create doors so that they can match the rest of the structure. You know what? I actually have no clue where they were, so maybe I'll just do that. Uh, Hopefully only 6. Before she goes away, let's get some nice angles on the Milwaukee. That's been a couple days since I filmed the last clips of Milwaukee, and I'd just like to say I actually researched it. Milwaukee Road is the name of a railroad that runs uh, from the Midwest to the Northwest of the United States. And I missed that window. Oh, I missed. Yeah, just that section. You know what? No, she's going. Okay, well, maybe I'll catch him the next time he comes back. Should be stopping over here. Unless I, forget to fill this bit of track back in. I need one piece of track right here, and that should be it. All right, everybody. I think it's about time. I thank you for watching to this point in the video. Let's have a good day, have a good night, whenever you're watching this. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please like, comment, subscribe. Um, yeah, I'll be back next week with another video. Hopefully by the time you're watching this, I'm in Florida. So, hey, thanks for watching. Goodbye. Greetings, everybody. It's Affected Hippo coming at you again from the single player create series. There's still no cute name for this, unfortunately. I was thinking I should develop some kind of food facility, food production area up in this part of the swamp. I was thinking I could take a spur off this line up through here, and then I could build a small, maybe pig farm, just all the animals up here. So that'll give me a nice production point of wool, meats, and chicken. Chicken is part of meats. Whatever it's called, I don't know, but I'll make sure it's close enough to the tree farm so that this will always be powered as well. And then in doing this over here, maybe I'll keep a um maybe I'll just take the bees up to here so they can have their own little. In fact, maybe this area all throughout here on this northern peninsula would be a good spot. This seems to be about the same height as all the create stuff I've done thus far. So maybe that's a good. Well, I think it's a nice spot, but it's a little too separate from this guy right here. Maybe that's what I do on this diagonal piece right here. 2, 3, 4, 5. If I put a 5 block chunk loader in here, it would load all this, and it would give this specific section some purpose. And then I guess it would also make everything feel more connected along this long line. I don't want to do anything in here because this is swamp. I'm going to be filling that in. And then, I mean, this swampy area is like my go-to for filling, but I don't know that I want to take that step. I feel like that would be a bit of a tedious task. And these guys aren't getting everything they need, but I also don't know that I want to supply it with them right now. Like this little area right here is not too far away. If I go F4, I get my free cam. I mean, that's still loaded. I don't know if that's within simulation distance, but it's loaded. I could also just increase simulation distance, but yes, I'm thinking this area up here might actually be a nicer location. Be within range of that, within range of all that. And it would still allow me to have a very slightly different stylistic choice over here. So, I don't know. Maybe that's something I'd like to do. Also, I threw my X. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I might. I might use this area. I also might just lower this section of the ocean, just because. Also, how'd the bees get way out here? Surely they came this way from the colony. Whatever. I think I think this area is small enough that I could use it for that. The problem is going to be getting locomotive turned around over here. Or the other problem I might have is the fact that that's going to look a little odd. I don't know that I'd want to use it as I don't know if I want to use it as an actual farm. I kind of like the idea of continuing the dirty, grungy sort of farm, or not farm, but just that sort of that right here. All right. Oh, and then this is breaking again too, so this may be a problem later on. But yeah. So back to where I was at. Maybe I take the tracks and extend them out this way, and then have another factory building over here. I don't know what I would do with this section though. Maybe I'd you know what? Yeah, I'm thinking we can fill in some of these sections, and then the rest of it we can bring down into the water. So maybe we can call it more of a like a drainage pond. I'm thinking a drainage pond would work well. It doesn't need to be super deep. It just needs to basically fill the space. And a drainage pond would be, or some kind of pool, I think would make sense logically in an industrial area. The local Amazon data center has a couple. I guess they're not quite the same sort of pond, but deeper fill stations. I do like seeing my big old trains coming through every now and then. And I think more. I think more. If it wasn't clear, by the way, the reason this section becomes a drainage pond is because I would extend this track out somehow. I don't know if I would do it straight, and it didn't even go where I wanted it to. I don't know if I would extend this track out straight, or if I would similarly just no, I would extend. Initially, the game plan was to leave a little thing here. Also, I've spent a lot of time removing this, basically the flat 1 block tall sections and all the trees. So I've got a through route here now, and in the future, perhaps I could build something out through here. Whatever it would be, I don't know. And also, I've never been over here, so I actually haven't seen a lot of this nearby area. So maybe in the future I'll also have a reason, an excuse to uh, stretch out this way. Until then, however, I do think we're going to build food factories along or around this area. I also thought about flattening this part. We'll figure that out later, based really, if I feel like it. I'm well aware this may come out of nowhere, but I shift very slowly. So in turn, I would like to make a. I think I have a. I do have it. Okay, explorer's compass. As soon as they show up, there we go. Uh, you'd think I would just copy the recipe. There you go. We have our compass right here in the hand, and now we're going to fly out there. As simple as that. Just a quick little 1500 block flight. Shouldn't take more than 10, 15, 30 seconds, something like that. Really shouldn't take too long at all, I wouldn't think. One thing I'd like to consider while I'm out here is resin. If I happen to come across a pale, was it a pale forest? I would like to stop and break some of those trees and see if maybe I can find there. Ooh, right there. Okay, so somewhere through here, there's gotta be a creaking, which in turn I can use to farm resin. Now, I don't really have a reason to farm resin, but there's some here. You can hear it already. No, go back the other way. Go down. Go down. Okay, so that's taken care of. Let's get some of these. Well, I mean, while we're here, I'm pretty sure I'm mostly full on this stuff anyway. Hey, there you are. Never know. Now, where do you exist? Right? This tree? There it is. And that is enough to get my own farm started. I mean, this stuff's been out for what, almost a year? Maybe? And I don't think I've ever actually used it myself. Now, if I remember right, I should be able to make a block out of that stuff. And then, yes, okay, so I can, in fact, continually farm all this, which is nice. Maybe I'll find use for that in the future. Uh, we'll go the rest of the way with our regular wings. It shouldn't take too long. I mean, it's right over the hill, really. All right, chat, let's get down there. Let's let's be honest. Probably gonna set some of these things off. Probably going to end up, hopefully not going to end up dying, but it's a very real possibility. So full transparency here. I got a phone call and I muted my mic so I could answer. And I didn't mute my mic, and I continued to kind of click through, try and explore this area while I was on the phone, and I recorded the whole conversation. So I cut the whole audio because I only record one audio track like a fool, and I decided I was going to just voice over this part. But I mean, there's not much to say, not much to see. Um, and really, the important part is that I didn't die. And as you'll see later on in the video, I do eventually get the Swift Sneak. I think I get it in this part here where I'm recording the conversation that I do not feel like sharing. So you get to see the clips sped up and hear me talking now. Aren't you lucky? Can he can he shoot me from up here? Do you reckon? I'm just curious. I don't think I've ever successfully killed one of these guys. Anything over here worth grabbing? Leaving the lights on for you guys. That's my excuse. Oh, hey, look at man. Is this the up? Is this the up? This is the up. Okay, so I've got sharpness 1, projectile protection, loyalty, swift sneak, density. That's a good one. If I could ever get a full, uh, assuming I could get a full, what's it called? Mace. If I could get a full mace. Yeah, that'd be really nice. Not likely though. Put all those in there. Mending and breaking. Extra pants are always nice. Lots of hose. Can't say I've ever had that. I think it's time to start heading out. I expanded the size of the hole thinking I'd need, or I could throw down a beacon to make it go faster, and I didn't even use it. And then the last one, and that light was very handy in the few times that I needed it. But we're on our way home. Alright, crouching speed, walking speed, crouching speed. Crouching speed suddenly feels. I mean, I feel like it's almost as fast, if not maybe a little bit faster than actual walking speed. Like we're crouching right now. It's crazy. From Mr. Turtle here and myself, I'd like to thank you for watching. Leave a like, leave a comment, telling me what you liked about the video. And you know, if you made it to the end of the video, you liked what you saw, subscribe. I mean, I've got more videos similar to this one, and I'm planning on bringing some more out. I just lift my finger off that zoom in key and give you guys a little flash. I didn't mean to startle any of you if that if that bothered you. But yeah, so I will be signing off here. I think this is my second or third take of this. But yes, good night, uh, and God bless. Greetings, everybody. Greetings. It's me, Affected Hippo. I've been just restocking my jetpack, filling her up. I use my I use my steam generator and my infinite lava supplies to just restock basically. I try to keep a full, I guess not full, but uh, another thing of fuel in the jet for the jetpack. Another basic, just the man words are not coming too well today. But I've got a full second tank basically, and then water. I mean, water you can make an infinite source anywhere, so that's pretty much set. These guys are migrating around. We are now to the point in editing where I realize I forgot to hit record, or at least I forgot to unmute myself at some point. So we're gonna try and figure out what I was saying while I eat my pizza rolls. It looks like I'm talking about how uh, yeah, fixing my farm so it works properly, but it looks like the pigs and chickens are working their way down to their little kill hole, but the sheep and the cows aren't. So, oh, and it looks like this is blocked because I'm not allowing any items through. So I'm just going to remove my list filters. And maybe when I start, if I start putting in swords or knives or whatever to kill the mobs with, then maybe I'll put the list filters back. But until then, I really don't need them. What else do we have going on in here? Putting together my actual factory gauges so that the upper sections, where the mobs are fed from, are actually, well, so that they can actually be supplied. You do pigs. Now I have to show you doing all of it because what's the point in stopping to record or cutting out a couple seconds of this? This is fun for both of us, isn't it? I hope you guys know that while I'm talking to you about playing Minecraft, we're going to put carrots in here first. But then we're going to change your mind and we're going to actually put in potatoes. Well, okay, I'm saying chickens can use just about any type of seed. So I'm probably just going to go with wheat seeds because that's easy. And then give them a stack, and I should establish. I should name these places. It's going to be pretty straightforward. This is going to be a chicken breeder, so that'll be what we call it. And the naming convention will stay without all of them. Eventually, I set this at 30 minutes because there's no way I should be going through a ton in any a given amount of time. So, as I was saying, I think this is the part where I type in carrot, but then I realized you can use any root vegetable, so I went with potatoes instead, so that the carrots, if I ever decide to up or install a rabbit farm, a rabbit breeder, then I won't be double dipping on the carrots. I do eventually do this for the sheep and the cows as well, but I do not show it here. I've probably been muted for the last several clips now that I look over there, and I've been muted for the last, minute and a half of this one. So allow me to elaborate again here. I have a lot to consider. I'm thinking about putting a door right here. If I were to put it along this side, it would be too close. Like I need to avoid the jack o' lanterns because they provide the light, but I want it to be 3 wide. So to be 3 wide and avoid this lanterns right here, I have to go 3 over here or 3 over here, and because of my poor planning, that's where that ended up. So I think I'd rather have an emergency exit on the back, and then a primary entrance up front somewhere. Maybe, well, I don't know if I'd want to go here because this is where the packages can come and go through the factory. So there is once again a girder right here. So you wouldn't have a full view on the exit. So what I'm actually thinking is maybe having a larger door in this area, probably the dead center, F3G, which would be, so that's on the edge of the block, that's on the edge. So Right about here should be the center. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, of course, I can count. But, would you look at that? That would leave me on top of one of these. So what if I came over, one more? Right around the middle, which is here. Once again, same problem. Probably because they're 16 block chunks, and these is a 4 block pattern, so it's going to be that issue everywhere. So if I do it here, I might just slide this one over one and call it a day. Now the important thing is that both the path is well defined, and in the future, when I come back in 2 or 3 weeks or whatever it turns out to be, I'll be able to immediately identify where the end of the factory is and continue. Now, I'd like to have the door inset if anything, so don't need these guys up here. Well, you know what? Let's see if we can't set this up a little bit. This is how I would have done it when I built the wall. And we'll just get those last two there. And at least now this is encased. It probably could go up a block and everything, but eh. Oh well. You know what? Let's seal another one of these. This one. Also, I'm wondering what the sirens are going on outside my window. Oh, there's something going on in town that I haven't been invited to. I mean, I could go. I guess I could go. Let's check the phone real quick. I'm going to start actually asking the questions now. So I have this kind of defined area in the middle and this area on the outside here. I would think on this area on the outside, I could have a sort of, I'll throw down an ender chest too, just in case. But we'll have a packager. Well, we gotta connect to something. How about, I feel like, come on, there we go. And this be a food factory. Now, the other thing I'd like to do is get a stock link going here. Come on, we got a little hat on. Great. So I can connect to all this. But with this being the food factory, I have my requesting system here. Oh, it's even covering his little eyes. I like it. I like it. I think the other thing to do would be to throw the board right here of everything I can craft or I can't. Basically, this is going to be the menu, right? So my question for you guys now becomes, what should I do with the next part, the next step? Should I extend the building a little bit more? I obviously need some factories for the food to be produced in, or little farms, little mixers, basically. What do you think? I'm just I'm just here to entertain you guys. It's been a couple days, couple episodes since I think I've included one of these in the video, but we've got barbarians coming from the east. Oh, that was surprisingly close. Where? Oh, where? Oh, I might have hit him that time. You know what? I'll just come over there. So I could wait for the guys to head across the street and try and kill some of my colonists. But I've upgraded all my gear, and with hyper enchanting from, what is that? From enchantment industry, it's really not that hard to get these guys all taken care of. Like, I'm taking on these guys alone. I mean, granted, I have pretty great armor, but I don't think I got below half there. Oh, there we go. They decided to go without me. They worked it out. Oh, one of these guys. You gonna strike lightning? Apparently not. This one. Uh, who wants to fight? Unfortunately, they're knights, not archers, but I, in full transparency, I thought knights would be a better. Oh, I thought knights would be better than archers for some reason. Also, I requested to get all of my knights to come here, and apparently only this guy showed up. Nope, there's the other one. Oh, there's two here. I guess better late than never, or whatever they say. Oh, I put thorns on my armor recently. There you go. Return to your post. You've done excellent work. You'll receive no benefit from doing such work. I'm also kind of thinking maybe while I'm here, it wouldn't be too difficult to just completely remove this thing. I don't live over here anymore, and it wouldn't hurt to slowly erase the village, I don't think. I mean, down here, there's not much going on. Maybe up higher, where it's more visible to everyone. But this little piece down here in the corner that's hardly visible or hardly in view, I don't think we're really going to worry about. And even like this area over here. Why do I need this little dock to continue out? Why should I let it? Whoa! Yeah, like, I don't really need to keep all this going out here. I mean, no villagers even live here anymore. Also my doing. I think I let them all die. Can I, like, carry on? Pick you up? Oh, I can, except for the part where... Okay. Come over here. Stay over here. Leave them alone. They're useless. What are my stats here? Okay. I need 3 more citizens, but I can also tell you with confidence 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14. Druids. Where the heck would druids come from? But anyway, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23. I need 23 more residents. I have room for 3 more, so I need to wait. I need to upgrade so that I can get 20 more citizens. Okay, everybody. I think it's about time for us to call it a day here. The colony's coming together pretty well, looking pretty nice to me. I do think I could spend a couple days maybe expanding it, and that might be a future episode. But as of right now, I think it's time we call it a day here. So thank you all for watching. If you liked the video, leave a like. If you didn't like the video, maybe you stopped watching by now. Go ahead and leave a dislike if you dislike the video. I don't know. Like, comment, subscribe. I try to do one of these every week, and my goal is to at least hit the end of the year be consistent with that, and hopefully after that, maybe I can just keep her going. I'll know by then I'm gonna be married. I'll know how that's all gonna work out. Hopefully, I should still have time. There'll be plenty of time, especially in the winter. I'll make it work somehow. Anyway, I've been me. You've been you. Thanks for watching, and goodbye.
Hey everybody, it's me, Affected Hippo, and I have to admit, I've done it again. I came home from my trip and to recover, relax, whatever you want to call it, after my flights and a week of not not working and really not doing anything significant at all. I uh I chose to sit down and I played Minecraft. And I did that for about 12 hours. I'll be honest with you, over the last yesterday and earlier today, and that's what all this has been. Um, I've yeah, I built up these tubes which are supposed to hold various levels of fluids. Unfortunately, there's no milk. There's no like milk fluid in the version of Create I have, so I have a vault, not vault. I have a tank down there which is just pumped up through here. And yeah, this might be a little bit wasteful, but I like it. I think it offers an interesting bit of decoration for the factory that's not finished yet. I will have to I will have to start figuring out how I'm going to actually finish this. I may have to have some of these areas cut out of the side of the building, and that itself might be a fun idea. Um, I'll have probably a slope going down this way, and I'll still have the slope here coming up this way. This will all work. Uh, maybe not well, but I think it'll look pretty decent. In fact, we might start on that now. I'm particularly nervous about this diagonal section, but I had to be interesting, so now I get to pay for it. I am going to go over everything I've done in the last 12 hours, hopefully. So here we go. It's all of the factories over here, all the production is gauged here, and it is stored mostly within these two vertical vaults. Now I have individual barrels which each crop, well, I guess no potatoes right now, unfortunately, but everything else is currently stored in here. I may need to just increase my potato production. But yes, with pretty much with everything, I can everything produced in this farm is stored in a barrel, and that's because each of those things is used for some kind of food craft. Now, that being said, it's not all done, and honestly, some of it's a little overkill. Like I have way too much kelp. What else do we have going on here? Yeah, nope. This is pretty much it. What? I'm going to go inspect that. Well, although the blacksmith died, at least someone's already filled his room, I guess. Apparently, colonists dislike copycat stairs, I guess. Yep, he fell right here, it would seem. Nothing worth saving, really. That's pretty weird. Um, I will return to that now. Now, I believe I was somewhere around, for the sake of efficiency, I have put a small smelting, I guess it's not really small. In fact, it's much bigger than the one over there, but all the same, I have a smelting, not smelting, I have a fan set up here. Wash, smelt, hunt, cook. The cooking one gets used the most, as this is supposed to be, I mean, it's a food factory, but it's effectively an industrial kitchen, and that's probably what's going to go over here. I'll put some pots or something, some ovens, anything really, just to fill up this space. It's kind of an awkward size. What we have here are the so these this one right here, sticks, flint produce knives, sticks and cobble to produce swords, and this comes back to the farm over here. And I'm going to be bouncing around quite a bit. This swords are used by the deployers down here. Sometimes that happens anyway. Maybe I should stop supplying swords to these guys. I don't know. Probably. Uh, but yes. So the swords are fed in through the back, and well, that's how I fill all these all these deployers. And this one hasn't been started yet because this farm is supposed to be for rabbits, and it's currently not filled with any. So we're not going to worry about that. What we will do, however, is continue on over to right here. This is where those knives come in. They are fed into here with once again a horizontal vault to cover all the holes, just to make that part easier on me. And yeah, anything that needs to be sliced is brought in from the frog. It's split through this vault across the three to make it go faster, and collected in this vault and spit back out. Now over here, it's smaller. Once more, we have a millstone. We have a basin with a press on it. Not much going on here. This is just to compact some things down. Mostly, I think I use it for kelp blocks. I don't know what. I'm not entirely sure right now what else I use it for. Now, here is the inspiration for my oversized honey, milk, and lava jars, I guess. Uh, this is almost entirely just to make the sweet rolls, and then this one will be for honeyed apples. I haven't brought the apples over. They're currently all in the whatever that is, the 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 wood farm, the tree farm. Yeah, and that should be as simple as two of these connected to the rest of the group, and then we'll just throw them on here. We'll do some apple. We'll throw, I don't know, honeyed apple in there. Just make a connection, and we'll send it to the food honey spout. And yeah, this is what it's been for a lot of this stuff. So I'd like to have a stack of that, but I don't have a stack of apples yet, which makes me wonder why. I thought I had something collecting apples over here at the farm. But yeah, so that kind of explains where we're at with all this. I do, however, need to connect this up to the network now, but I will get that done in a few minutes now. We are now producing honeyed apples, and we will continue on to the mixers 1, 2, and 3. Now, there's three of them because I've discovered with the first factory over there that too much overlap becomes a bit of a problem. So, in here, I'm not producing things like cheese, cabbage, or lettuce rolls, and that's because producing lettuce rolls in this one. So I'm trying to do it specifically so like you can mix the leaves back into the cabbage, and it kind of defeats. It would be just cyclical because that would get rid of all this, and then you'd have to slice more. It kind of defeats the purpose of doing all of that. Now, some things, I just don't really need a whole lot of. Like this boiled corn on the cob is no different than grilled. So I tried to limit the amount that this would be produced. That being said, there's only some in here because I didn't realize I could make it in that. in that basin. So I got 2 stacks of this accidentally while I was trying to make, I think, was cornbread dough. And then that can be used interchangeably with regular bread for like sandwiches and the like. So what are we missing here? Food mixer one. What's going on? Am I short on bacon? It's bacon. Of course it's bacon. So I need to get you. I think I need to just get rid of his sword. I shouldn't need this anymore. I did go ahead and remove all the swords from these guys as well, so they shouldn't actually do anything, and there shouldn't be anything. There is a sword in there. Okay, well, now there's not. And, I mean, ideally, we don't even need this anymore. But what we can hopefully get away with is soon these guys will actually grow up and they'll be punched to death. Unfortunately, that's how it's got to be done. Now, the rabbits here, I'm not too sure about. I have a single layer, a single copycat layer in right now. But I also don't have any rabbits, so I don't know if this is even going to hold them properly. I was thinking it might, because this is what all the videos on YouTube suggest would work, but I don't know. So I'm kind of hoping that I don't have to do anything extra. I don't know. Coming back to our factories, this right here produces cheese. Just for cheese curds. I installed the create cheese mod, and honestly, after, in fact, what if I just type in at cheese? So I'd really like to do more with this that does not involve uh, aging the cheese. Like I can compost it. I don't want to compost the cheese. But then you've got to age it all like this, and frankly, I'm not entirely sure how this would even work. I'm definitely not a fan of, like, there seems like there's an awful lot of steps going on in here that just don't make a whole lot of sense to me. Unless the way I would probably have to just automate things with create, and I probably need a handful of these items. But I mean, I really don't need a ton of cheese. That's everything that's been done over here. I've done some things over at the colony, but nothing major. What I would like to do is grab, I think, yeah. So I'm going to extend this out at least to the edge over there. But after that, we're going to go on a little exploration mission. I'm going to take the airplane, and hopefully we'll find some rabbits. Now that I've got a farm for them, I need to get them in the farm. I actually don't know where I'm going. I reckon I'm going to a desert, which is or a savanna, all of which is over this way. So we'll just fly until I see something. I probably won't see a rabbit. Rabbits have a tendency to blend in with their surroundings. It's almost like they're trying to survive or something. So on the one hand, this might look a little ridiculous. On the other hand, it's working. All right, so let's just go ahead and land them right here. We've got 3 adults, so surely someone will want to live in my factory. Cool. So they're in there. They are slowly going to get bred. Look at that. Another one. Rabbits are secured. Now I just need them to start growing up so that I can kill them. I also I also had to fiddle with the layers down here. Those are copycat layers. I think there's 6 of them there. So these guys are like a pixel underneath the hitbox for the hand, and then when they grow up, they should be just inside of the range. Otherwise, this may not work. Once again, I have to admit I got carried away and I completed my ring of fluids. I put a roof on the building. I have since built a little chocolate a little chocolate maker, which was a bit of a pain to get working properly because it's just far enough, I think, that the create mod didn't like pushing the the milk down into this basin. So threw another uh I threw another pump on and forced it in. But yeah, it all worked. I'm currently low on sugar. That's why I've got this guy running. This is a fairly small, fairly basic sugarcane farm. My sugarcane farm's so good at keeping up with everything I have. Everything I'm trying to produce at once that it's actually not keeping up at all, and I have to supplement it with additional hand grown, hand farmed sugarcane. However, once the production is actually stabilized, I should be able to just leave things as they are. Plenty of, well, I could use a little more milk. Unfortunately, I did not set that, so that makes sense. What about you? Lower that down. Oh, I made it 1 to 1. Should have said it's like 16, so it's higher. And then yeah, apple cider, but that requires sugar, I think. So what do we? Oh, well, that would be another reason that's not working. Where do you go? Mixer one. So mixer one's probably got a bunch of stuff in it. Yep. See how that's doing me a whole lot of good right now? Question is, how would water be an issue? It's probably just, yeah, it's not keeping up. I do like the model for this popcorn though. I still, I've gone down about 22 hamburgers. The cool thing though is at some point I'll be able to order all this food from, I guess not all this food, but I could theoretically order this food from anywhere in the world. So anywhere connected by rail, I could be sending just, well, food. There's no reason for me to farm everything. I like I'm enjoying the programming of things, as odd as it may seem. My trains crashed, likely because I did not take appropriate precautions. Now, appropriate precautions in this particular instance would be uh, I, this one, I have to be able to go both ways, but over here, I don't know where else they'd be. Hopefully, this is all just one now. Yep. All right. So, uh, we need to make sure I have one set so the train can only go that way, and another set, I don't know, back here. The train can only go that way. And then, well, you hang on a second. Make sure we're set here so that only go through if it can go both ways. And then what we'll do somewhere over here in the loop is put down a single train station, a regular train station. Right here since it's open, I guess. And that, boop, throw it down there. And that'll separate this whole thing. So now, even if I have multiple trains running, one will stop here. And now I can hop on and ride home. Okay, so I just logged back in to finish the episode, or try to finish the episode. And I have never seen this message before. I just pointed at my screen without considering the fact that you can't see me pointing at my screen. I had never seen this before. So, what exactly do they mean by that? It's over here. Am I not wearing my jetpack for some reason? Okay. So, how much time is left? I think it was all in combat. It should be, sure, 45 minutes? Yeah, I somehow don't think that actually used up any time. Okay, well, let's get back to what we were doing, I guess. I've started looking at some of these upgrades for the buildings, and I'm noticing a lot of colors, wool, carpet. I don't have a ton of these, and in all honesty, the wherever this is, the enchanter's hut, it took a lot of wool, and I was not very prepared for that, and I'm definitely not prepared to do any more of this. So I I'm going to start actually farming, collecting wool. I understand the colony produces its own wool, thanks to the sheep farm over there, but currently I'm short on colonists, and the wool's not really the biggest priority. I'll take those hamburgers, why not? But yeah, so the sheep farm right here is not the biggest priority, and as you can see, they're all gray anyway. Now I could just as well come through here and shear them every so often on my own, but this is a create mod, and that's far too easy. I can't be doing that. So this is pretty much what we've got going on now. Just your kind of a basic vanilla farm, but I'm making it a little bit narrower up here. And there's obviously all kinds of create stuff going on in the background as they grow up, or I guess not as they grow up, as their wool is regrown, sheared, whatever. We'll have deployers full of shears that will just periodically come through and, well, collect all the wool. And then the problem I'm going to have now is figuring out how to get all this in here. And then I'm going to have to filter out individually every bit of wool. So I mean, that's how I'm thinking of doing it right now. It makes the most sense to me. Um, yeah, I can't really put the brass funnels on just yet because of how I'd like to go about doing this. Oh, it will need a little placeholder block here just so that the final shear is always sent to that. that spot. But yeah, this is it, and I'm getting all these sheep in now for no particular reason other than I finally finished breeding all of them. And yeah, I don't know why I made all these seats. I think I was planning on keeping the sheep on the dyed seat, but the problem with the dyed seat is that, well, you can't actually do anything with it. It kind of gets in the way. And then maybe what I'll do here is take more grass, and this will just help everything grow in a little bit faster. And I shouldn't need this here. Yeah, that'll help. Here you can see the sheep farm is, well, the wool farm is in full swing. And now let's get her stocked. I have this set here so that I can uh I'll always have 60 iron ingots here, but I've already crafted a bunch of shears, and what we're going to do is just throw them all in there. And the fun thing is going to be watching the sheep slowly get sheared. So I guess there's other ways I could have done this. I could have set brass funnels on there so that only shears would go into this, and well, I guess I couldn't have done that. I was thinking I could have also done this so that the wool would be put back onto the rear belt right here. I could have obviously just put a funnel here. I mean, this would have directly filled and it would have completely undone the need for the tunnels, but now we've got an additional supply of shears. So the sheep can actually be, let's see here, what's our base use for? 238, that's 238. I've got about two of those now out of this, so I can get a minimum of 476 wool per sheep out of this farm. And there's absolutely no reason to continue on with anything else. Now I've got all this wool. Maybe I can take it and I can send this through like a crafter. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? Let's get some. I'll come down to create. We'll get some cardboard and we'll get some additional uh, factory gauges. There's 16. Let's make sure we get at least at least 32. Now I'd like to thank you all very much for reaching the end of the video. I hope you liked what I've done. But I'm out of time for this recording session. I'd like to get this video done, uploaded, and well, I've got a few more I'd like to get done before my wedding. This is my first my first video recorded after my trip, and conveniently, it's the first one recorded, the only one record. Hang on, it's the last video that will be going up before the wedding. The following video will go up after the wedding, but I, it hasn't happened yet. I'm still about 3 weeks out. I'm terribly excited, if you can't tell from the sound of my voice. But that's largely because I have many other projects going on that I'm trying to get done before the wedding, so I'm not stressing afterward. I'd really like to enjoy being married for a little while before I stress over getting more videos and more furniture built. I'm building furniture. Uh, my fiance's requested a second desk, this one for specifically for her sewing machine, and I'm excited to build it. I've got a lot of great ideas, mostly for myself to make it unnecessarily difficult, but also more fun for both of us. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm sitting at right now. Uh, but yeah, thanks for letting me ramble. I've been me, you've been you, and I still don't have this whole ending thing down. If you liked the video, and hopefully you did, you made it this far, leave a like. If you tell me what you liked in the comments. If you didn't like something, tell me what you didn't like in the comments. Comment. I don't know. But yeah, thank you for making it to the end of the video. I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. Crisis King. And God bless. And sticky keys. With almost a million cubic meters of milk, I think we owe this cow something. We should we should be showing our appreciation, I think. And our appreciation will come in the form of a name tag. You can be sore nipples. Goodbye. For no particular reason, I have decided I wanted an army of these guys, so I got I got one in every color just just because I could. Maybe I'll do something with them now. Maybe not now, but yeah, eventually. Greetings, everybody. It's me, Affected Hippo. I'm back again with another Minecolonies video. I'd like to start off with, by the time you're seeing this, I'm a married man. I know, I know. Hold your applause. Nah, that's really the only major thing. Uh, regular video. There's not much to say because I haven't gotten married yet. I'm still recording this ahead of time, but I know when this video is supposed to come out. So yeah, let's get into the colony. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but these guys are moving so slow. There's something wrong with the game or something here, and I do not know what it is. I haven't done anything yet to change it. So I'm lost. So I realized that I can set this preview to a whatever it's called. I can set the preview to a hot key, and then I can. I also found the hammer. I figured out how to get my blacksmith to build it. So I've been doing as much as I can for these not villagers, colonists. Even though it would seem that for every one I place, it uses two somehow. Either that or the game just doesn't recognize that I'm doing it just yet. Well, I'll tell you what, let's make two. I'll test it. Okay, so no. Maybe I'm just not getting enough. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I'm hoping I can build this while the colonists are sleeping to help speed up my progress because I'm getting a little impatient. I feel it's not going to be very interesting material if all that really happens is I upgrade buildings during the video. That just that doesn't sit right with me. I don't think I don't think I'd watch it. I'm not going to ask that you do. I mean, it'd be nice if you would, but I don't expect you to watch an uninteresting video. So I'm going to try and at least make this a little more entertaining, I suppose. My Where do these things go? Anything else in here I can place? Surprised I can place those down at all. Okay. I do like that I can just them out. And I've used up a bunch of it. But apparently what I had on me was not enough or was not the right stuff. Feels kind of wrong to me. Perhaps maybe this like I I had everything it wanted in my inventory and now it's not allowing it. I don't know. Don't know what's going on. But now apparently I have to go and get everything I collected again, which doesn't make any sense because I clearly put it all in. I placed all the blocks. I don't know what the issue is. Maybe the colonist isn't awake and or because it's nighttime he doesn't recognize what's going on. I don't know how this goes. Also, I installed distant horizons, so from a distance that all looks wrong. But I guess as I get closer, it looks like regular blocks. So that's a neat thing that does, I guess. But yeah, I guess it's time to collect all these blocks again. And if I didn't need them, then I I guess I'll just leave it there. The colonists will just have an extra supply of everything, and then yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that until I can figure out if it's actually wasteful or not, because that would annoy me. While I'm in the end getting endstone and ender pearls, I ate a taco and I got strength. One of these. It's the only thing that makes sense. Anyway, back to the grind. I was out exploring a little bit, looking for some rooted dirt. Well, I guess it'd be an azalea tree, so I could get rooted dirt and the hanging roots. I found this guy. Just wandering around. Got it. He escaped. So naturally, I gotta bring him home. These guys are incredibly slow. I feel like doing so. This is this has been going on. This shears durability low because of how I built the the wool farm over there, and I'm just kind of writing it out until it's done. I I will, however, be building a new train right here, just because. Mostly just because that's kind of the whole thing. I'm planning, or I'd like to expand the rail network I got going on right now. The problem here is that it's not going to be. This might get glued to this by accident. So these are going to be set to clear and pave, and this one will be set to slope fill below. Come on, slope fill below. Okay, and then we'll be filling below with dirt. And then above this, it's going to be pretty much the. Do I have drills on me somewhere? Surely I grabbed some drills. Did I not grab drills? I must not have grabbed drills. Lucky for me, I'm just building the other side of this factory right now. And I did not grab any drills. Whoever they're at, there they are. You know what? While I'm here, I should remember to grab a seat. I'm feeling. Let's go magenta this time, just so I can, just so I can get rid of it. I also realize now I do not have any glue on me. However, not much to do about that at this point. We will be putting a deployer in this one as well, so that we can put down additional train tracks. Let's see here. What else do we need? Well, I guess we'll do drills first. Okay, so I do not remember how tall everything is. However, I would have gone 2 blocks higher than necessary for... Yeah, these guys aren't going to... Okay, so we've got... Most of my trains are built at 6 blocks high, so I'll have to go 2 blocks higher. And then we'll have... That should be... That should be roughly tunnel shaped, I think. We'll go a little bit bigger here. And then this way, if I end up doing something like a different design for the tunnels, then that will work fairly well. Now what we're going to do here is just a series of chests. And we're going to make it even on both sides because that's how I like to do things. We'll have this guy here, and he is only going to place down tracks. We'll have controls up here, and we'll have probably not enough, I guess, because I'm going to need, well, now this guy's got to be picked up because I need a controller for that. We're going to need one of these for this controller, and then really there needs to be a third guy right here. In fact, let's just go get another controller. I don't have controllers set to be automatically crafted here, so I don't have a good stock of them. There we go. I was thinking, I have vaults. I have these vaults on me, but they're not. I'm not really planning on using them for. Actually, kind of want this one here. Drills over here, and then there we go. And we will put tracks back in there. In fact, put them directly into his hand. And yeah, that should never change. So we'll put this here. Now we should pretty much have a functioning train. Is it a good train? No, no, no. But it's functioning. Yeah, we're not gonna let this slide. Um, you know what we will be doing though? We'll just keep some of this industrial iron here. However, this is really just the... I was thinking this would be more of a I don't really know how to describe it. This is really just going to hold things. What I'd like to do is take my... I have a contraption in here, should be under the cannot stack, and it is not. It is not. Probably unsorted then. There she is. So I didn't really need to keep the storage contraption on me, but now that I have it, let's get the glue while we're here. In fact, that's probably enough to get this whole thing in one. And we'll get all these in a second. We don't need to keep that. So that's pretty much done. Now, side tangent here. I would like to take... I'm going to need a rail as well. This bit of storage right here. And what we're going to do is couple of these. So we're going to have everything out and everything's going to go in. And then conversely, we'll have this here. The difference is I need a filter and a depot. And of course, I don't have filters stored in here either. Should probably change that. I do, however, have depots. So look at this. A little bit of. You know what? I don't need these vaults. Hopefully, my passenger train. That's the old Milwaukee Road S3. I have enjoyed the enjoyed my Milwaukee Road. I think it looks pretty good, pretty fun. And then okay, all right. So here we are. This will go into what? Oh, is do these not consider? We'll solve that one right now. There we go. Okay. What if I remove this? Is this now considered? I might have been clicking on the wrong block the whole time, but we'll leave that there. And then this one can bring everything out. In fact, I might need two of these filters now that I think about it, because we want to take deny. I guess we'd want an allow list and a deny list that are contradicting each other, because we want these two guys, that one, and can I do it like that? No. So we want to allow only these items to come out of here, and then we'd want the opposite for coming in, which unfortunately I forgot to do. So in fact, maybe we want to do this a little differently, and also it'd be very slightly quicker to just take, where is it at? These two, a couple more of these funnels, and another depot. And this will also, I guess, allow the train to fill twice as fast. Put these here, around. That guy goes in. And now instead of having this guy set to only allow, we'll have it set to deny. So we're always going to be full of dirt and flint blocks, because that's what I'm using for my ballast, because I had a surplus of that. And then naturally, I don't really have. I should have a hatch on this, I guess. So maybe I'll go and switch that up as well. Let's get a hatch. I guarantee you I don't have those. We'll make it. Just one is enough. So I haven't used a hatch much since I began the the last world I played on, I guess. 'Cause I never mess with the new stuff now. I should be able to just take like the dirt. Yeah, and that works perfect. However, we'll go from there, glue all this, ditching you. You should be fine. And this, I think, should cut it. I might put a couple levers on here, just in case. I don't know. Maybe I want to stop filling with dirt, or in fact, I'm going to do that. I'm going to put the dirt. No, I'm going to put levers on there so that, you know, as I'm as I'm building, or as I'm laying my track, I don't have to worry as much about. Let's put it down here on the side, and then I can power those guys off. There we go. And then that should be adjustable even when this is powered on. Question now, if this is okay, so while it's an entity, these don't actually work, but that's fine. I can keep that right there for now. Glue should be good. You should be all done. I was going to attach a real engine to this, but I figure I can just build another one. Or alternatively, there's always like Salty right here. I could technically connect, but think I think we'll just have this do it for now. Yeah, I don't think there's really a reason to add anything extra to this. Yeah, I think we're well, I suppose. What height? Okay. What height did I make this guy? Right above eye level, so right about here. So you'd want it. I mean, shoot, I could put it. I couldn't put it there. We'll put it here. In fact, we'll put one on either side just so it's symmetrical. But yeah, okay. We should be able to go ahead and just assemble and call it the, I don't know, call it paving machine. That's pretty straightforward. If something runs, that's the station name. Hang on, Control C. Sweet. So let's just get in there real quick and just make sure. Missed those. Of course I did. And also, my station's gone now, so I'm just going to have to figure out, it's probably about there. We will disassemble and make sure to glue these guys on. There we go. Paving machine's done. I will keep the station and the rest of that on me. However, all these individual items are probably going to get thrown away, or at least thrown into storage. And we'll just come up this way, and I'll take this guy with me. Very important. Maybe keep one, like all this stuff on the, no, because it'll get, all that will get discarded by the train. However, I could just load all this up right now. And I forgot the tracks in that other guy, didn't I? So I'm going to completely dump my load of tracks, my load of rails. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I should get to fixing that. But I think I've dragged on this long enough. Maybe you guys are getting a little tired. We're not gonna be able to fill with grass, unfortunately. No. I do an awful lot of talking in these segments for it to more than likely end up cut out. Now, the point of this is to fill all this area around the track so I can have a more. Basically, I'm thinking it would be more entertaining to have a. Like, it'd be more realistic almost, I guess, if I had a. I don't know. I don't really know what to call it. I'm thinking like farmland around the tracks. Like, obviously, you leave a. I don't know, like a 5 block gap or something, because there would normally be room for the railroad to come running through next to the line. And it doesn't have to be the prettiest through here. It just needs to be done. And the idea here is, as I mentioned, fill in the area, likely with crop fields on either side, because around a town, large enough towns or areas, you're going to have farms because you have to feed the town. And I mean, that's the idea here, and that's how I experience it living in my little Midwest hometown with not much going on around me. However, now with that done,
probably turn off the pavers for a little bit. Nope, I missed anyway. But yeah, this I'm gonna do this for I guess a couple hours and just kind of see what happens. Have some fun with it. It's not much, and I'm not done, but I have built an obscenely long railway. And if we get in the air, we can get a better idea of the scale of this. I did run out of flint blocks for ballast. I've got a nice large rail line encompassing this place, this mountain cherry grove. Curious, how well can I fly through here? Well, I mean, technically doesn't fit, but I made it. Okay, so wraps around here. Yes, continues across the savannah, north through the, well, I guess kind of under this taiga, through the jungle. There is this place, which I think I died at many times. Continue north through the plains. What is this? Sparse jungle. And then, whoop, left. Past this savannah colony, which I'd like to make. There's this jungle colony, which, after zooming out, and especially with the Distant Horizons mod, you can see all three of these uh, colonies. I don't need that waypoint. You can see all three of these colonies from one point, which would be right here. So I don't go here, but you would be able to. And then you've got the end portal all the way up here. So, you know, let's go ahead and enable the end portal so we can just see. Okay, 5,000 meters in a straight line. I think that's important to consider. It is a straight line from here to here, 5,000 blocks. Well, it's not straight. So I think easily 6,000 blocks, maybe more, maybe less. I also forgot I need to no, get me out. I need to put a couple of these down just anywhere really. Put it here. And I also got a second backpack to try. I don't have enough netherite for multiple of these backup upgrades, but well, maybe maybe someday. And we'll have both of these set up like this. It's a long way. I do not want my trains to head out if they're going to run into both of these or either of these. Like if they're gonna run into each other and be stuck several thousand blocks away from home, I'm not going to fix it. I'm not going to want to fix it. It has been a few days, and I've been at the fire station. I've been at work. And now that I'm here, um, I'd like to build a new train. That's, I mean, I know we built one earlier, but let's build a real one now. I got the wand of symmetry set up. I got a hole in the floor so I can create a new station, and then bop. So what is this going to be? So I think this is the one I want to build. It's the LNER A2 peppercorn, and yeah, uh, it should be as simple as your standard two bogey. We don't really need it to be large. Small up front. We don't need much. Next, we need three large driving wheels. So let's go driver. In fact, let's make it extra large. See what happens. Do we need it long? Could we do short? I feel like long fits better for this one, as long as it comes in and okay, maybe a block further back. but put it right here and click it right there. That's what we want. And then little guy right about here, looks to be about here. Yeah. Also, I downloaded this mod called Pretty in Pink, which I saw Corrales using in his single player world, and yeah, I like it. Well, looks like we're gonna be interrupted. I feel like it's got to be large, extra large. This guy right here, little gap, and then I don't need these anymore. They should be all supplied. Not you. We'll want truck, trailing, 2 count, and we'll make it a double. Actually, I think there's a small gap. Not that big though, so maybe instead of this, we'll do one right in the middle, and we'll make it a 4 count. I don't know, just this almost feels too short now. I mean, I suppose like it comes pretty much right up against it. So let's check the 3D model on a different screen. Hello, cat. Too bad there's no option to really extend the trailing bogies. So let's oh, I guess another sheep got sheared. Let's see. Let's go ahead. Well, oh, this. I wonder if these look all right. And then up front, it honestly just looks like it's let's get. Nope. We're gonna need a little bit of like maybe not everything, but a lot of copycats. Let's take, I don't know, stack of the bytes, stack of the half layer, byte panel, copycat boards for sure, panel, slabs, stip. Do I need any slopes? I hope not, but probably. So what did you just press? You press any buttons just there, Cashew? Or was that my computer making noise for no reason? Oh well. Let's throw that away for now. Okay, so tender will be an easier option, and it'll give me a chance to kind of decorate. So do I want that sort of style, or are these better? I don't really, it's hard to tell. I do think I lean more towards these guys, which is unfortunate because they're directional, so I have to place them all vertically. I suppose an upside to this is this middle section here. I can fill this in with these guys. I don't know how high I'd want them though. Is it a problem? Like maybe I'd want a small gap, medium sized gap. And is there a there is a red bar, but if I don't have the copycat headstocks that Steam and Rails offered, so I have to keep using these black valves, which I don't have any, and I don't even have any valves. So let me just get where's the recipe for them? There we go. I'll just make as much as I can. For some reason, only there's the rest of them.
Now, the problem here is having an odd number doesn't make any sense considering they always come in pairs, but it is what it is, and I'm not going to worry about it. So we have to figure out how to squeeze in these valve handles, all the while maintaining whatever this is supposed to be. So let's probably use our bytes actually here. We want, I think we do want these guys to be more, well, maybe not exactly like this. Maybe we'll have this specific section be more of a slab-like layout. Do these steel tanks, are they going to look any good? Maybe like that. Yeah. Now let's get some red. And this is all made, by the way, similar to Loco Metal. We just need some iron and stone cutter as soon as it comes in. Do I have any on me? Nope. I guess I'd have to keep wand of symmetry in my inventory now that I'm messing around with this, but let's find, yeah, red. Let's see what we got going on here. What do you think? I'm thinking tanks will be enough. And honestly, just making a bunch of this is going to be fine because now that I have all these options for, well, hang on. You don't want to put them all in because then we got to click them all individually. I think I want that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Is that any good? I don't know. However, I do like that I'm only placing half of them. Like this down here, you see, that was a mistake. Also, out of iron again. So let's just grab almost a full stack. I don't know if I'm going to need this olive steel block. I do like, however, that these aren't your standard just red. I think they try to get it closer to what they think it, like this one's really bright. Lime, olive. And we went with these. And then I should be able to place one here. Yep. And it should make sure to match the style for everything. We're out of the black right now, so let's just ignore it for a bit. And let's get some of these, you say steel hull. Do they work the same as, they do work the same as the other guy. So what we're going to do, in fact, is go up a single, nope, go up a single block, and then, so this will be very slightly elevated, just above the point of where the wheels would touch it. And let's see here, where does the cab, so the boiler technically begins just at the, well, the lower end of the boiler starts at the end of the third wheel. Well, we're going to end up taking this all the way anyway, and then just kind of tying into this vertically. And then what is this? Basically, the whole front bogie is just this guy. But we'll bring this up here. One, two. I don't know if I like. I'm gonna need that back in my hand. I like it like that, coming all the way up to the front, considering how the buffer beam extends just. Well, you know what? The buffer beam technically comes a whole, almost a whole block forward, I guess. So maybe I don't have to do it like that. In fact, I'll probably leave it as it is here. Can I click this and create? Nope. Every single one has a smoke box door, it would seem. So we've got the record. Well, I guess it doesn't really have much going on as far as this is the problem, right? With recording and trying to follow a little pattern. Like this is smooth and it looks a little bit closer, but I liked the other way. It doesn't really matter so long as it works. Lamp? We got any lamps in here? How about light? I guess maybe not light. Well, we want something like this. Maybe not so big though, but industrial front light. Let's see here. We might need to go with the netherite option. You can turn it? Okay. Turn it on. Guess not turn it on. Maybe I have to power it to turn it on, but if so, that may be more of an issue than expected. Do we have more lamp options? You completely ignore that. Can I make it out of netherite? Probably. Actually, this might work. Now that I think about it. Let's try some... I would take 2 of those, some bite panels, and create... Where are they at? Here they are. Factory gauges. They won't actually emit light, but... I mean, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Can I not get... Oh, I can't, can I? No! Go back. A bite panel? I don't want a bite panel. I want a bite. Okay, good. However, here we do want the bite panel, and we'll put them right there on the edge. Put you in there. Remove that guy. I think that's what we'd want. Maybe we'd want to rotate it so it's vertical. Or, yeah, maybe more like that. And then we just throw... It's gotta be... Stock link, wherefore art thou? Any old stock link, please. Or some of these guys, I guess they work too. Is it because I linked it to a block over there? Did it try and place over here? Did I not pick up 2? Well, whatever happened? Did I only grab 1? I probably only grabbed 1 and didn't realize it. Alright, let's link to... I don't know. I wish I could make it unimportant, but... I suppose it... this could be a problem too. What's not working here? Did I run out of gold? Are they making... You know what? I probably ran out of gold, and that's what that's doing. Alright, place those on there. So they're kind of like lights. I'm not going to be able to get one really centered right here. I could probably move them over as well, so they're not immediately on the edge. Or there's the other option where I take more of these bite panels and I extend the edge of the train just a bit. There we go. One in here, and that's in. All right, and this looks pretty okay to me. We're just gonna let the train or the other guy keep going, keep struggling, if you will. However, what we will be doing is taking whatever base block we want. It doesn't really matter, but we will be needing some of these half layers, and let's put this back in the hotbar so we can start doing half layers. And then the next one, well, I guess it doesn't have to go all the way below it, but down here we definitely need a third one. And then similarly up here. I guess it kind of doesn't make it that far out, but I also can't shape it any better around the wheel. So we're just going to call that good. And then the next one, I don't know how this one needs to go. Do I have any vertical? Maybe this will do. Nope. There we go. I can just, yeah. I mean, it doesn't even have to be the layers now. I mean, this one, this one could be like that for sure. What are you? Half layer. I have a lot of half layers. Do I have any panels? I don't have any regular. I don't have any. I don't have any regular layers on me, do I? I'll change that, and we won't need that. However, when it comes to red light, do I have? Nope. I have lots of options though. I might have to, because the end of the train should have some kind of red lamp on it. I would think, kind of indicating like there's a train up in front. I don't. I don't know if I have anything else specifically that I could use. Maybe I'll just look at it later. That's the responsible thing, right? Just to ignore. Panel layer. Well, I guess since this one is different, I probably should have just kept. I can't layer bytes either. Well, can, but I can't. So we're just gonna go ahead and extend these guys. I don't know which way I want them to extend. I kind of like that, but I also am not a fan of. I think we're gonna go with this one. There we go. I like that. You can't see any of the ends exposed, probably because this is the end and it's just folded over. So yeah, that works. The only problem is this part right here. It doesn't actually cover. So I'm leaning more towards doing less slopiness and more this. There we go. And then we'll do like a bite right here. Well, hang on a second. Let's go ahead and put some of these guys in. Let me get out. Bite. Well, panel. Followed by a bite. A panel. There we go. And then one more vertically like that. Well, that's the problem now, isn't it? And I can't go any higher. So maybe I bring this part of the engine in. I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of that. There's also not a whole lot. Well, actually, come to think of it, there is a little strip down below in this section here that would. It's unfortunate we can't like blocks can't occupy multiple spaces, and that I don't have. I like that shape. I think that's good. The problem with it is that I can't
maintain it. I could do this and have some more and have it on the inside and have less space on the outside, and that would work. But now I've got this rail right here, which I'm less of a fan of. And then the easy solution would be to just take some of these, and there we go. They're not there anymore. Problem is now I have to take this and fill it in. What's your problem? I have pale moss. I have all this stuff. I'm also not a fan of the lack of stripes on this. However, I may have a solution for that. Remember, it was a may. I may have a solution. I'm not entirely sure on that just yet. What I do know is put this in the offhand, and then we'll just take this up. Then I'll need something to hold the space while I put the bite in. And then another one over here. We'll take these panels. I'm not a fan of the solid green. There's a very, very strong chance that I either make these much narrower so that I can add some details on the exterior here with like some slices. In fact, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. So instead of having okay, hmm. So we'll have one right there. Here's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know if I want it to be that color, but I want copycat trapdoor, and then we'll put some, well, panels would be good enough down here. However, on the other side, if I could hit boards, and then I did get that iron. I carry a stone cutter here, so I can get some black brushed steel and just fill in this. Hang up, come on, fill in this lower section, and we'll make sure to take this up so I can actually put everything back in. Now, here's what I want to do. I can't put a seat. I can't put anything over here. Can't put anything right there. So controls will have to go in there, and I'll have to find a way to add more uh like coal. And then can I take, yes I can actually. I can take some these, where are they at? There should be this full layers, half panel, bite. Where happened to all my was it vertical sliding doors? Half layer. Alright. How about this? Do I have any more view? Nope. Well, let's do it like this then. Nope. Where are you going to place that? Right there? We don't want that. Are you vertical? And we'll do it like that. And then the next little piece, and well, no, those won't work. But then it can go back to being upside down slabs. I know this is technically wrong, but at this point it's about filling the gap. So it goes up to the front of the wheel, and then it drops down to about here, which also makes me think maybe we go, instead of doing this. I still need it to be standard tribing. Instead of this, maybe we do a regular. And I had it at extra large, turn it around again. So there's just less involved. It looks cleaner, I guess. There is, however, a step up between these two sections. So what we're going to do is we're going to take some layers. And we'll do it like that. And then I should have some of these. And I'm going to need a... Hang on, can I just put this guy into the stone cutter? Nope. Well, it looks like I can take the color off of it and make it white, or I can make it back into nuggets. Which I fear that's actually... No, that's a good way to... That's a pretty good way to do it, because that's a pretty low return, I would think. I won't get it back right away. What if I put this in here? So I have one nugget. Okay, so 2 nuggets from one of your holes. But and everything's 1 to 1, so it should be... Put these guys in, I should get... Okay. Yeah, alright. So I'm losing a lot of the value in doing that. However, it's a good way to clean up the compartment. Are they compartments? So that worked there. However, I don't know if I'd want it... I think I'd want it more like this. And then there, I can't do it like that. I guess I could do it more similarly to this, I guess. But now I've actually got some interesting shapes going on through here. The problem being, now I've got to figure out... Okay, okay. I see where I did what I did there. Nope, nope, yes. Well, I've done 2 or 3. Looks like I did 3. I'm gonna drop it down to 2 there to try and move away from that piston rod right there. This guy, I think, had to be just nope. Just straight across. And a series of... One more. A series of slab. Nope. Uh, layers. And for some reason, they're all the panels are invisible for the first few. There we go. And then we'll take some... These now it's a lot easier to get my hands on. Take some more iron. And then some of these copycat slices. We'll take just a whole stack of them. Oh, while I'm looking at it, I might want to make sure this all gets filled in and consistent. Is there one missing in here? No. I shouldn't really need anything else up through here. Hang on a second. Can't be missing anything. Will look wrong. This one, however, this might end up being glass?
so you can see. I understand it may not look the best, but I want a window. I understand this is it's based off the peppercorn A2 peppercorn of the LNER. However, it's also worth noting that I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm trying. I am trying. Let's take some panes. I think there's copycat panes as well. If there's copycat panes, then we've got some smoke deflectors. Yeah, so they've got some copycat panes. So in turn, I'm going to guess, take... What did I need the iron ingots for? Red. I wanted red. Maroon. Let's make it proper red. And let's get this red corrugated one. Why not? You... Now, where are the panes? Pane. And then these corrugated ones will be... I don't know if I want to do more boilers. Oh, I suppose that's an issue as well, because they are supposed to connect. Can you keep this to yourself? So in that case, I would remove those, both layers. And I can't take it anywhere past that because of this right here. That being said, though, I mean, still, if I threw those in there, I mean, they do connect right there, which I suppose is a little different and not exactly what I had in mind. Maybe maybe we go without the smoke deflectors, at least down here. I don't want those. I want more of these. And we're just going to go ahead and put these back as they were, because I'm not going to worry about that. Not now. Dislike this part right here. I don't like how it's clipping. I don't want to bring that whole thing forward either. Get out of here. Let's get some corrugated black. It might benefit me to just get a couple stacks of the iron over here for when I'm doing this. Ooh, back of the train is something I've got to consider real quick too. So do I simply take... I think I do. I think I do just take like a strip out of here. Well, I couldn't really put it there, could I? I could extend a... I couldn't go a half block back either. This is a difficult bit here. Well, I guess there's the other option of... I need to truck, trailing, too small. And then if I take a second one and put it... That one goes there. So they would touch, but it would extend my back quite a bit. I think I'm going to extend the back a bit. That the bigger tender is not really the important part to me, but the look is really where I'm at with this. I'll need that. I don't need as much corrugated black, and I just made it all into boilers anyway because I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing. Corrugated. Put you right there. I mean, it shows those two basically being connected, though, is the only thing I don't like. I feel like that's a little long. But this way I've got... It ends right there.
It ends right here. So this is what I would do. In fact, it's what I'm about to do. So take notes, those of you interested in recreating this. Then we'll take our last two black valve handles. We will continue what we did in the other area. Where's that bite panel? I'll just make sure it's the same sort of rotation. And then we can take more bite panels and we can just put them next to each other. Some of these. And make those green. And we should just be able to take this and kind of wrap it around. And then the back of this doesn't really matter, but I can also see I'm out, so let's... Can I take it? Yeah, like that. Does that line up? Does that line up with the textures? It really doesn't. What if I put it on upside down? Does it line up better? I can't tell. I don't think it lines up there. It probably doesn't help that it's not actually the full texture. We're going to go ahead and we're going to make some more, what is that, olive green? Not much. Make some more olive green, lime. I think I'm gonna have to make pretty and pink its own category so that I can find all this stuff a lot quicker. There we go. And then we'll be able to open this and access everything inside the tender. What we're going to do next, stretch, stretch, and continue. So I got the bites. We'll throw some red stripes in here. Just, I guess, for a little bit of visual interest. I understand it doesn't really do much at this point. In fact, I could probably drop it down to there. I do think I would like this section to be a little bit lower. It almost kind of highlights where the bogies are at to a certain extent. It's just a nice little detail. I like it. It's staying. Um, we probably won't be using any more red though. Here we'll probably, in fact, move away from what I just did and just have more of the green, because I don't think realistically you'd actually see. Is that any different? I don't think they're any different. I'm going to ignore it. If there is any difference there, go ahead and tell me in the comments. I'll probably read them. ah, now, I see what I did wrong already. I was going to bring this whole back section in, and then I proceeded to not do that. So let's go ahead and get to that, I guess. Because, yeah, okay. I feel like that was the goal here. Why I did this. Plus, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense for the rest of the train to be so uneven. Just like this. I also think I can do... Can I do multiple layers of steps like that? No, I can't. So, we'll do it all with bites, I guess. And then we'll just have green through here. Well, not there. And then we'll have the... So I don't like that, but there's not much to do about it. In fact, if I wanted to, I could take black. I could technically black it out like that. But that one's gonna have to stay as it is. Yeah, I'm leaning a lot more towards this right here. Problem being, this guy down here doesn't actually work that way. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just drop one layer there. I could do regular. This is a slab. I could do regular layers. I couldn't do it in a way that would allow me to have this black layer. Well, you know what I could do? I could just completely forgo this part and just have some. In fact, it would also allow me to. Let's get to this. And let's get that in the hotbar and some layers and just double it up and then triple. And then the slab section, or the I guess the copycat bite section over here. And now that I'm switching this up, poo, bring you back out. I may not have had to do this bite section at all, which means it might more than likely will be cut out of the video. There we go. All right, so that part's done. We'll remove this bit as well, since I'm making everything more complicated now. Uh, you'll go, so will you guys. And then this part will be bites. So we'll take these guys real quick while we have something to place them against. And this one's gone already. Genius, genius. I am so great. Now this would be the part where, is it still on me? Yes, it is. This would be the part where I could actually get some use out of board. Was I standing inside those blocks when I was supposed to place them? I must have been. Or they're clear. Either way, does not matter. All right. So now, how did I do it over there? Board, late. I was really hoping it would kind of sort it a little bit. Panel there. Two, nope. Three, and then I might have to continue with the layers actually. Huh, how do I want to go about doing this? I'm honestly thinking there is in fact not you. There is this layer that continues all the way back. Maybe not all the way back, but on mine it will. I'll make a whole stack because I will be making more. And a stack seems to me like
it would be more than enough to never have to make more unless I get completely out. What are you? Fluid vessel. Oh, it's just like a horizontal one. I can't really make them any bigger either because of where I've placed it. So we'll just try and give it a, yeah, I think two tones the right phrase to use there. I don't really have a ton of layers left either, so maybe we'll call this kind of where it's at. I'll need that. And I don't know if I really need the wand of symmetry, but we'll put it in there anyway. I think I'm safe to go ahead and just, I'm gonna uncraft all this. Oh, and I need a plate, I need a way to fuel him now that that's a good thing. Good thing I did that. Uh, where could I put in fuel? It has to be a solid section, and it has to be attached to these front two bogies, I believe. So could I just take it? I couldn't really put anything in through here. I'm trying to think of how I'd go about this. Would I want to do it just? I can't reach it from inside the cab. I think that's pretty certain. I can't get anything past where this guy is. What if I did it the other way? Like clearly there's this big wheel right there. No one should be able to see through. So let's take the whistle, move it back here, put in him, and then maybe just for the sake of completion, making the train look more solid, we'll grab another. Hang on, I should have a panel. That's how you make the trapdoors. Uh, See, I can't even find it, and I just put it there. So yeah, so we can have this look like it's filled in, but clearly it's accessible. And yeah, I think that's gonna be good. I need everything else on me, but I think I can start dropping what I don't need. It does feel pretty good to empty out the inventory. I need that just to put the platform back together because I don't have a designated sort of train yard, which I should probably get on. In fact, that might be one of my future projects once I have time to really sit down and play the game again. So these two, this guy and this one, are technically part of a different assembly. So we're going to make sure we don't include them because they will automatically glue to that bogey, which will give me 3 bogeys and completely mess me up. I do not have, I need temporary blocks here. The temporary blocks I tend to like to use, and thanks to the way I've done things, I can actually have some. I don't need that many. But let's get, I don't know, 5. I like to, I don't know why, but diamonds are for some reason my go-to temporary block. Mostly because they look they look pretty wrong if you start including them in builds. Not there. It's got to go up one higher, and it'll come down here. There you go. And then same thing will go on up here. One there, and then right there. And that should be the entire, well, hang on a second. It is the entire loco, but that's not what we want to do. We want to get this part right here, which I can't reach thanks to the way I've done it. And let's also not go losing diamond blocks now. But yes, you there to there. This is the this is what I do for every single one of the trains I build. Also, I don't like that. I want this part of the cab to be part of the rest of the front of the train, which means I'm going to have to do all that again. Why not? Oh, you're not connected. Are you not connected somehow now? How are you not? You know what? It's too high. I need to go to this block. But yes, now that those two are done, that should be the front of the train with this section going completely around. Yes. But if I hold, I think it's my sprint key. Nope. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Nope. No clue how to do it. Okay. Well, we're going to ignore the. We'll have to do the top in two sections, but if I go to here, I should be able to glue that block to there, and then this specific block down to here, and then yeah. So that looks like that looks right. Pick it up. So we're gonna do this right here. Yep. Call you Pepper. Nope. In fact, let's call it LNER A2 peppercorn, so we can get the whole thing in. And I don't know what we'll call this. We'll call this call it Hello Factor. This is the east, and it's the pass uh, center line. There we go. All right. Now, some major issues, not a lot of detail. I might go in and fix that. I don't know. I'm currently 20 minutes late for a little appointment. So let's take her for a little run. Yes, I'm aware it doesn't quite fit the curves, and maybe. Oh, I forgot about that. I'll just throw you over here. I don't. I don't really need my paving machine right now. Partially because I also don't have enough to pave. I just don't know why the train seems to think the right is the obvious answer when the tracks go straight. Like it veers to the right instead of going straight. And there's also no lights. Like these up here, they look like lights, but they really aren't. Also, I'm looking backwards. I don't know. Okay, so I was having issues with this previously. This is actually one of the excuses for coming here. I can't remember what I named this one. I'll have to. I need to go to the other station, and it's done this way because it's a through. Ah, hang on a second. That's a remnant from trying to fix everything earlier. Leave me alone. This is still the east side, and I had to extend everything because I the train didn't fit. Really, that's the issue I ran into. I built this before building my express locomotive, resulting in nothing. I can't do anything with it. But yeah, I think I did all that in this episode as well. I don't know. I haven't started editing it yet, but I am quite happy with where I'm at. I would like to fill this area in and make this like an end of the line sort of hub area. I also however you want to look at it, a couple places to fly out of, like a couple little airfields. It doesn't have to be anywhere special. In fact, it could go in the middle of nowhere. It could go right here. I could put a little airport on the southern end of this peninsula if I wanted to. I probably wouldn't. Um, the northern end might be better, but yes. In fact, maybe that is what I'll do. I'll put it right here, and then it can be done in such a way so that trains coming from this way couldn't jump the points and crash into the airfield. But yeah, let's go ahead. That is all I have time for today. I'm sorry. I realized I left that that my reference image in the picture and in the corner for so long. That's actually part of my recording. That's not part of editing. So that's just how I chose to do it. I'm being lazy. Um, yeah, from myself and my two largest trains. Okay, from myself and my second largest train. Oh, okay. All right, so I've been hit by the Milwaukee Road, but that's all good. For myself and the peppercorn, thank you for watching. Glad you could join me for building this. If you'd like, I could upload like a proper tutorial on this or some other trains if you'd like. I'm thinking that would be a fun thing to do. And we're gonna jump on the peppercorn now, so I stop getting hit by zombies. But yeah, he's an interesting little engine. Little, I don't know if it's the right term, but yeah. Thanks for watching. Have a good one, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back with another video. I've got 5 days until my wedding, and today, this guy's gonna interrupt me. Today just so happens to be the 50th anniversary of the sinking of the Edmund Fitzgerald. So I had a plan. It involves a schematic right here. Here's the problem. I did not know I would be doing this. This is for the Sultana. A different steamship, I guess. Uh, I guess I don't really know. I don't remember off the top of my head what Edmund Fitzgerald. I don't remember what the Edmund Fitzgerald really was, or what kind of power it really used. However, I I do think this is going to be a more interesting. Like steamboats are just more interesting to look at. The problem is, this is the best place I can think to put it, and it could hardly navigate these waterways. You might be able to get through here or around, but to travel this area specifically would be a challenge for the Sultana. And I'm aware. I'm gonna get tired of that. Hello. I'm aware this isn't your regular N. It doesn't match the capital letters everywhere else, but that's the closest I could get to an N without it looking just wrong. So I'm going to build this here. These wheels will spin. They do not currently. So I'm going to work on that. And while I'm doing this, the colony should develop and we're going to have some fun. You can't really print a schematic in without the schematic cannon though, so I've got to go and get that before I can start building. These guys are Norsemen. I've never seen that one before. Although I failed to include uh, the wheel and the mechanism in the schematic, I did design the Sultana with intentions for her wheels to spin. Now, I think the large water wheel is supposed to be slower, and therefore I would hope it would actually produce well, I guess it's really not about producing power. It's more so about this slower rotation speed. But look, I mean, I do keep all the necessary items on me for this particular application. Although I didn't have enough slabs. I'm also recording this in post because, come to find out, I left my microphone muted after recording that time lapse earlier. So the last bit about the Norseman was also a voiceover. Now here we can see she's finally working. Well, finally she's spinning, and we're interrupted by the shear's durability low thing. And this is going to be about the time I go in to get a screenshot, which may or may not actually make it onto the video. I don't know. It depends on how lazy I get. We'll see. Also worth mentioning that we're about 800 days in, but I'm not going to do much with that. It's just going to be in the title. I've been watching Edmund Fitzgerald documentaries while having these guys slowly upgrade themselves. I may that might actually belong there now that I think about it, and that gate might be what's missing. Yeah, these buildings don't make any sense while they're being updated or upgraded because, well, you end up with things like this. This part, yes, it makes sense to me. I'll slowly break this. I'm probably using the wrong tool, but this things like this make sense to me. This makes sense to me. This, on the other hand, no, it really doesn't. Maybe I'm helping out here. Maybe I'm not. Ugh, I don't know. But I desperately needed to upgrade this building, and then the next thing I need to do is get. Uh, I need to get this place to. I need to get to level 5. So once I get to level 5, I can upgrade. What is it? Settings. There you go. I can upgrade for the cost of like an emerald block, which is fairly cheap. The amount of stacks that or the amount of storage in those stacks. I don't know how that works, but if I can do it, I might have to. While I'm flying around and thinking about it, we're still 10 citizens short, and there's 10 right there that we don't have. I have 50 unemployed, well, I'm not unemployed, I have 50 unfilled positions all throughout this colony, and I only have room for 10 more citizens, well, at least with the houses I currently have. So I desperately need to upgrade my residences, but I also need to get those residences filled. So once I can get more residents in the houses, I get more colonists in the houses, uh, then they should start filling in those jobs and, well, sustaining themselves a little bit better without my constant input. I've chosen to try and get not those. I've chosen to try and get some more. I'll try and get a mace, mostly for fun, but also I feel like it could be handy for these. Hello, that's nice. Can I get not those? Not that. Okay, not anything. I'm using. I had. Well, I guess this is trial omen right now, but I had bad omen. I might come through and just tear these things apart so I can get in here and just get more stuff. Just keep all this stuff for me. But the thing I want to do above all, the most important thing. Is there anything in here? No, I think I got you already. I did. Make sure it's nice and accessible, and apparently everyone's working on something. I want to take all of these and build myself a farm. Now the question I have for well, for you, I mean, you won't really answer it, but I'm going to talk it out with you. Is it better to, if I kill it? No, I had to kill the chicken first. Now I get no CD. It's an absurd sentence. But yes, I have all these. Would it be beneficial? I'm going to take this off for this part. Should I remove this area since it's already pretty large and mined out? The only problem being the amount of water. Or should I build a new area like underneath this, underneath the train station? And I just need, well, I actually have no idea how much space I need. I could build it under the station and under, I still haven't filled that in. I need to get on that. I could do it under the station all the way across to here because nothing will ever be built in this space. So maybe I'll do it over here. And I'll just take some chain drives and hopefully I'll be able to connect everything up to the uh, what is it, up to the other network. Like I could have a basically a I could move all those because with the create mod and the carry on mod and everything, I could take all those things. What are they called? Spawners from the from the trial chamber, and this is all open, so I could just dig out immediately underneath the tracks here. And my thing is 36 blocks wide, so there's one chunk. There's another half a chunk. I could honestly take this whole one of this because nothing should be built in the street either. So I should be able to take like the street corner out to the track, and no one should. There should really be no reason not to. So I'm thinking I might actually just do that. Yeah, that's feeling good. And I'm going to be underneath anyway, so what is it? There's a certain point where I think it's just 4 or 5 blocks underneath. So right here, all this space is completely untouched. If I broke into the area underneath the structures, I just have to fill them in. So that would be like, I don't know, those would be, oh, there's this as well. A little bit more progress has been made off camera. I've been rushing a little bit, trying to get this done. This is hopefully the last long video I record before the wedding. And frankly, I'm a little stressed. The wedding's in 3 days, and yeah, I'm gonna put this down over here. The wedding's in 3 days, and I'm just I mean, I'm excited, despite the way my voice sounds half the time. Oh, and I did all this off camera, naturally, because why would you want to see the progress of me actually building something? And I don't know what these spawners are, by the way. I'm not really keeping track. I can't really see. what spawns from them. Oh, and this is my storage contraption from the beginning of the series. I pulled out, modified for laying track, and I'm also pretty aware that my texture pack makes it pretty hard, like that, pretty hard to see where the glass is. I'm in my mind, this is this works well enough, and I actually don't have any. I don't have nearly enough mud on me to fill that in. I also don't have a good supply of bad omens, so if I can't get this may be more of I guess not really a passive farm, but this works for where it's at. This is directly underneath the uh, train station for Honduras, mind you. I mean, you probably just saw that clip where I explained where I wanted to put it, so it might be a little redundant. Oh, and I'm also well aware that this hole is way bigger than it needs to be. I don't know. I thought I was going to make it bigger. 'Cause like most things, especially I mean not the Sultana. The Sultana was done in creative because that's a real ship and that deserves, or I guess it was. It's currently buried in some field in I think Mississippi. I guess it's still kind of a ship down there. And the reason I mention that it's buried is because, well, it sank when the Mississippi River was flooded. That there's a whole video on it. Go watch the video by Part Time Explorer. That guy, I like his videos. He does a lot of good stuff. Yeah, we've got. In fact, let's go ahead and turn the brightness down. There we go. So it's bright down here. However, if we click and go up, gotta click it again only once it's a completed contraption, and we have to do that up here. See, these guys are part of the contraption. Let's go ahead and add some more light while we're here. We can only get it in these spaces right here. How does that look? I'm going to need another 6, by the way. Does that look... Uh, I mean, I could have gotten a brighter block, but torches are cheap. I have them all on me. Nah, that's good enough. Yeah, this is good. And then I have the glass on top of the... So I have the glass on top of the trial chamber spawners so that when the... Uh, so that when the uh, drops are released from the top of the spawner, they'll get kicked out of the side, but because I just installed this, we have to wait half an hour. Just finished building it. So we gotta go. We come in, we open the doors, close the door, come over to this guy right here, click it, press down. We also have an emergency button on the outside of the structure just in case this ever gets locked out or I die down here in the hull. Is that closed off? It's closed off enough down there. These guys haven't been activated yet, but I'm hoping come down here. Maybe I real quick put these in, and I can grab a. Let's get the good one. Let's get a big one. Pull it right out. Then we'll go up, up,
Did I fill in all my holes up here? I did. Alright, so I don't need that. And then we'll just drink it. These guys should be able to make eye contact with me. They're supposed to be able to see through transparent blocks, which, if they're not, if these blocks aren't transparent, this is going to be a bit annoying to switch out because I will do them for everything. It doesn't work. I clearly have bad omens still, and it doesn't work on the normal section over here. It doesn't work on the modified section. I made to try and figure out why maybe something would work. Um, yeah, I got nothing. I got nothing. The only thing I could really think to try as of yet is this. Get through the hole. Is this? Okay, no. This is why we check. Alright, there you go. So nothing's worked. I admit, I moved them. I messed with it. With the... whatever it's called. What's it called? The, carry-on mod. I moved things around with the carry-on mod. And got all these guys here, and now... maybe it's not working. I mean, it's definitely not working. Maybe I've wasted my time, is the, more realistic, uh, possibility. I'm out of time, though. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to say thank you for watching. If you made it this far, leave a like, leave a comment. Tell me what you think I did wrong. I hope you liked seeing the Sultana in this video. And, yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. It's me, Affected Hippo, back at you with another episode. Well, I mean, I'm streaming this right now, but I'm going to cut it down into an episode. So we're just preparing at this point for more colony expansion, like upgrading the archer towers and stonemason guard towers, just a ton of these things, and it's going to take a little bit of time. And my game plan is to cut out anything that happens without any spikes in the audio. So basically, if I can see I'm talking in the audio, I'm going to make sure I keep that, and then I'll edit it down more later. But without that, I'm going to really just cut out a bunch of the slop in between where it's all silent. And then if I get any chat going on the left side here, then maybe I'll include that. Well, not maybe. I'll probably end up including chat. There you go. All right. So those guys are done. Now, I just gave him his own resource list, didn't I? Yeah, I'll be keeping that for me. Now everyone should be fully supplied. What? Sure, shepherd's hut. Maybe we take fewer trees from near that grew pretty fast. 2 doors, 5 torches, and 10 gravel. Not too bad. Do we have any? Nope. So we've got 4 couriers. I only have 4 huts. I've been told I could have up to uh 2 more per level, and we're currently level 4. So I would think I could have up to uh 8 couriers right now, which would probably make the whole colony more efficient. Downside is the best place. I'm going to build the couriers' huts back here, like way on the edge of the town. In fact, as exciting as it is, I should probably start expanding some of these parts of the. I'd like to know where the edge of this building is. I also need to figure out what the couriers' hut's all wood, I'm pretty sure. So maybe we go back to the warehouse, which unfortunately is all the way over here. So many eggs here. Can I compost eggs? Can I have this guy over here compost eggs? Hello, donkey. Egg? There's so many. Maybe we maybe we can start clearing them out a little bit. So the town hall is currently being updated. Once the town hall is completed, we'll send Alana here. Alana is the only builder level 4. She will come over here and upgrade the whatever this is called, the restaurant, and then we'll just kind of branch out from there, probably into uh, mm, probably the cookery and the bakery, and then we'll do the farms. The goal is to get everything. So the only thing right now, only two structures are the university and the warehouse back here that are all there. Those are all level 4. We need to get everyone else kind of up there, um, and then hopefully we can get every other building up to level 3, and then as we reach everything else at level 3, we will take the rest of the builders up to that same level 4, and then we'll upgrade everyone to level 4. Except probably Alana, since that's once again only one level away. We'll probably upgrade her to being level 5, and then she can upgrade Town Hall and everywhere important, specifically the warehouse, to level 5, and then we will be golden. So little areas like this, I'll go ahead and just connect the fronts, or the edges, I should say, of connect the edges of the building to the road. Like this guy, he's already connected. And I'll take, I don't know, a handful of. I also don't have much of this on me, so I'll probably come back to the warehouse. I these cows have a way of just disappearing, and it annoys me so much. And it doesn't help, by the way, that the uh, cow herder will just let them run about. I'll have Arlet work on these two, maybe even these house. Probably not the houses. Who am I kidding? Have Arlet work on these two structures, and then we can upgrade the houses. But at the same time, I'm also well aware I need more in the houses, so maybe I should. I like this barracks. Angelo. Okay, so does Angelo not have anything he needs to work on right now? Probably not. That looks like something I would do. Yep. All right. So what we're going to do, I guess if everything down here is updated, we'll go to the. Maybe we'll do the mine. You're level 1. Is the one down here? I think the one down here is level 3. I feel like it's level 3. I'm not checking. And we'll have Angelo do this one. Be nice if I could see like where the edge of this building was. There you go. So this is what it could eventually look like. Let's maybe mirror it. Not that way. It looks like there's maybe a short gap here. I kind of like where this is at. I'll take it for now. And then I should be able to... Not you. I wonder if we could fit a... So the mechanic's going right here. Build options, builder. Let's make sure Timothy's doing this. Then let's see here. Mystic. I know I don't have it on me, but I'd like to see what the mystical site would look like if it were over here. No, it won't fit very well over there. I could possibly. I feel like this isn't really a like. There's nothing wrong with the mystical site. I don't think this is the place for it. I'd like to see this place upgraded to a level. See that one, a level 5. All right. Build options, builder, and we'll make it Arlet actually. And then I don't know about the courier, the guard tower. I think we have a tower right. You're interrupting my conversation. So guard tower, not there. Should be maybe that one right there. 2 barracks. This is really the military area. This guy's just here to expand. Because we have, what is this, the barracks? No, this is something else. Com Combat Academy. Okay. 57. We're gonna need I don't know, just a ton more, I'm sure. I think the math in the last or the most recent episode, two, three, four, I don't know, 40 some. So I don't know. We're gonna probably expand. Yeah, I guess. Okay? There's some up there. We should be able to just get a whole stack of these, and while we got you, we'll just go ahead and throw you in there. I fear I may be out of time to stream, but I would like to come back and do this again. I'm not buying viewers. I'm aware this doesn't match my normal attire, but we had a pirate raid. In fact, we had two right on top of each other, and I like the clothes. But yeah, this is being recorded. The first thing recorded after the wedding, and my wife gave me a model train. It's a what's the model called? It's American Flyer 21165 or something like that. It's labeled down, not there. This one, 21165. Yep, this is a real model train I have. I can tell it's a little bit older because uh the wheels on the tender look like they're actually. I mean, they're all metal, but they look like they should be more conductive. And then there's a wire connecting the tender to the locomotive, which has gears attached to the wheels, which makes me think that that's where attractive effort naturally would come from the engine or the I guess the wheels attached to the boiler. I like how the cow's head sticks through the wall here. But they like it looks like the power supply comes from the tanker, which I guess is also fairly interesting. If you'd like, I could actually build this. I don't think it's very good, unfortunately. So I don't know if I'd actually want to make a tutorial for this guy. Ooh, it's once again 2 a.m. as I record this. But tales of married life come in the next episode. So please like, comment, subscribe if you'd like to see this next episode. I got a lot of videos similar to this. Uh, yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching, and I'll try to be back again. Bye bye. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This horse and I have been talking, and we decided that I would be. He doesn't want to be a part of this now because he knows it's a bad idea. We decided we'd restart the whole series, but keep the number basically. And yeah. That's a terrible idea, and this is an even worse intro, but we're gonna keep that one. So Hey, hi. It's still me. I still have all my items. And we're actually just going to start a brand new project today because we can. Ignore that. I was looking at this area up here, like this waypoint to be like the center of my storage area for my trains, sheds, and I just don't think this is really the place I want it to be. Maybe I'd take it and I'd put it here on the edge of this village, and I don't know. Maybe we can call these workers' huts or the drivers. I guess this would be where they live. Maybe that's what this village is. Maybe I dress it up a little bit. Maybe I even fix it up, put some more houses in it, following a similar style. Maybe not. I really don't know. I didn't really plan that out. And then yes, it would connect to here. Basically, it'd be I guess, kind of a little branch line so it could work with all these areas. I don't think I put another colony in around here. Oak logs can be smelted down using bulk blasting into charcoal, and then charcoal can be taken and it can be haunted in this mod pack into coal. That coal can be used to power the trains, or if I really wanted to, I could take that. I believe I can compact it with a bit of lava, and I could also, well, coal blocks. I can make coal blocks by compacting, but then lava and a heated blaze burner, I could make diamonds consistently out of this area as well. Would I? Probably not, but it is an option I have. I must find another way for this train to come through here. I really don't want the mainline express making frequent passing through this siding frequently. I, uh, I will say though, I have filled up flattened out a fairly sizable area. I know this area is going to get a building printed into it. We are finally back after several days, and I can fill in my. I have 'em on shuffle. If I can fill in my walls here, I'm missing some blocks there as well, so I guess I get to do that. And I missed. But we'll be putting these guys down, and yeah, that's pretty much it. If you can look past all of the lodestone blocks that are missing. So the problem we ran into is that netherite is very expensive, and I'm not poor. I'm I'm broke. There's a difference. So I have to farm about 4 more stacks of netherite. Well, do I have more chilling in my inventory somewhere? I don't. All right, so I still have to collect about 4 more stacks, I guess, of these lodestone stacked bricks. Well, yep, stacked lodestone bricks. However, I, I'm not going to do that on camera. What I would like to do is put some trains in my, well, my, whatever this place is, my depot. It's a depot. That's the word. Let's see here. Can we take you maybe 1 block further back or 2 forward? Yeah, right there. Should be safe. So once again, based on a real life train, not one I've seen, but that kind of runs through my area, the Milwaukee Road. What are you? Milwaukee Road EF1. So this is the full. This will be the full version. Uh, Technically, it is a series of. Oh yeah, this one's going to be difficult too because all of the blocks for this one are missing. This is a train I built previously called Wilbert. It's probably not going to work very well because the what are the what was that one called again? That was what was it? Steam and Rails. There we go. Steam and Rails hasn't been updated yet, so this one's going to be wrong too. However, this one was wrong pretty much the entire time I had it built, so I just need to switch these blocks on the inside here to the outside, and then you won't hardly know the difference. And then our last guy up for here, I have built this one previously. Well, not previously. Like every train I've built in here, I've made a version of it in creative mode. In fact, let's see if we can't just pick this up right here. So we have this big old electric. We have you over here. That's going to be Wilbert. It's a preserved engine. I don't actually remember the name of it, but this is like Donald and Douglas, if you remember your Thomas the Train. And then this one is SW 1500. I don't know where this one was, but I know it's fairly straightforward. And all of this is going to be annoying and a little expensive. Not made any easier by this train I built to pick up packages I load by hand because I can't figure out how to make them work. Hello, goodbye. And you can just go back to the station or to the factory. Yeah, so these guys I don't really know what to do with. I'm going to print them in, of course, and this would exist in real life. This would exist to store these massive machines for the inevitable, like, because they're not going to be used 100% of the time. But because we can't connect and disconnect locomotives from their rolling stock, you have to just constantly run
the train carrying the same sort of cargo, which I guess works. It just maybe doesn't always look the greatest. I do like these sort of shots though, where you can see the pistons going on the side. And as a method of procrastinating the rest of this project, I've upgraded my train over here. So I now have bomb bays and TNT for it. I have a rotary cannon prepared for it, and I built the nether engine, which consumes fuel faster, but you can also travel significantly faster. And then I don't need to be over here. And I haven't really worked out how to use these uh, mailboxes just yet. But I guess now I get to put together the Milwaukee Road EF1. So yeah, this will be fun. And we'll get this guy going. Call him what he is. I would appreciate, however, if you guys would name these trains in the comment section. Then I can rename them in the next video. And fortunately, I don't have horns, I have whistles. You can show that he's working. You're actually supposed to be able to see out of the cab. With all this overlap in these type of windows, you kind of can't, but if you work with what you got and it's in there. I also created this one. I jumped right through that, apparently. And I built this train so that I can control it, but also with a trapdoor here. We've got a blaze, which can pilot. And then the same thing for down here, because these trains are technically supposed to work in two directions. Or, well, I should say, the locomotive is just one of these units, and two of them together creates a full, which is actually strong enough to pull the trains that are required of it. I do kind of like this one. Uh, I found it in Train Station 3. I don't know, I've really liked using it. It looks pretty good. I don't think these trains are really used much, and I don't know if many of them are preserved, but I do like that with this type of multiple unit, you can't actually tell which direction it's supposed to be going. And I will also be, just for this completion's sake, I will be moving them out of the way. So in the future, I can come in and I can print another train, or maybe we can build it together on camera. But this has taken far longer than it needs to, and I mean, I haven't really experimented yet, but hopefully, you're actually getting some interesting uh, conversations going on. Maybe we're talking in the. We're gonna cut this bit out. This has been all I've had time for today. I've spent a lot of time getting this big old building put together right here. And obviously, it's not done, as you can see the copycats in the background there. However, I would like to in the future fill this building up with more trains. I have a ton. I I mean hit. I haven't really gotten to it just yet. Gotten to print them in. I think I'll do that over the next couple episodes, or maybe on a live stream at some point. I don't know. But you've seen the two that were prepared and ready to go. The other steam locomotives need to be repaired, if you will, and I'll do that in the next video. I'm hoping
that I haven't started editing this yet, so I'm just hoping that uh, I've been able to do a bit of a voiceover over some time lapses of myself doing various odd jobs around this structure or this whole area, really. The only real difference between uh, before the video and now is, aside from the flatness in this building, all the tracks. I have plans for a station here or here. I mean, either side would work. Probably here, though. And then somewhere around here, there will be a proper sort of coaling platform, station, something. And then the farm for that will either be underground here or realistically underneath this building, as we've got a big flat covered area now. Or we could just do it under the station. I do have an interesting design for the station. I have some inspiration from a Lego train station I found. I've chosen not to buy it as it was like $300, but I think it's interesting and I'd like to challenge myself to recreate it as well as I can in the Create mod. But yes, this is it. Thank you for watching. Leave a comment, subscribe if you like this, subscribe if you want to see more of what I do here, trying to document everything as it grows. Uh, yeah, thank you. Christ is King. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Minecraft series. I've been slowly expanding our fleet, getting a bunch of other trains going. You may or may not have seen. I actually don't remember. It's been a little while. I think there's who are you? I got that yellow orangish one right there, and I've got that blue one right there. And yeah, that's that's really it for this video. Uh, as you've noticed, this is episode. You might have noticed this is the 20th episode of the series, and we are coming up on day 1,000. So this video will be the last one before we get a little movie going. Maybe even a couple. I don't know. Maybe I'll throw some train tutorials out for the end of the year, and then start back up with this world in 2020. 2020. I'm living in the past, apparently. 2026. So, a few things I've done off camera. I hope this is off camera. I don't remember telling you about this, showing you any of this. But I have expanded this area right here. More so, I've flattened out the rest of the land for this colony. Hopefully, the rest of the land for this colony. Try not to expand that any further than it really needs to be expanded. Um, Not much really going on over here. Now this colony's had a lot of Hellanders. They've had a lot of expansion going on over here. Um, oh yes, and then this area over yonder. This is what I've been working on recently. This is one of the things I want to do today. Is just do basically a little bit of terraforming, a little bit of world building, even. And we're just gonna crash my plane a little bit, but we'll get this area started with some kind of field. I think it's gonna look a little more interesting if we take I don't really know. Just somewhere around here, maybe right over here would be a good place to start. And we'll hide the water sources wherever we can. And then we'll 2, 3, 4. And we'll just kind of
expand outward as we can. We could do this with wheat fields. We could do this with corn. I think I'm gonna. Oh man, I think I'm going to do this with corn originally. That's just because I think corn. Two, three, four. It's a too tall block, right? So it's. I feel like this should have a more interesting view, and it should hide any area where we've got transitions here. You guys, however, these cows, sheep, whatever animals we have out here, they're going to become a problem later on as more land becomes. But yes, so the cows, as we till more land, they're going to continue to trample, and then that's going to be an issue. So one of the things I'd like to do, I could do it. We're never going to harvest this, by the way. My game, I don't have any plans to collect from these fields in the future. I simply think that this will be a much better area, a more entertaining area, perhaps. Yeah, so from the locomotive, you're just going to see this from the side, so it really doesn't need to have a whole lot of detail, as this is largely just going to be something that you drive past. So at this point, I realized I was yapping and I stopped recording this part. Now, the following portion of this video is a stream I did, so you're going to get me talking over the rest of I guess not the rest of the footage, but a lot of the footage to come, just so I can use all that up. I believe a couple episodes ago I promised you I'd fill you in on some of the fun tales of being married. Well, thus far, I can assure you, it's going along like an old shoe. I told my wife I'd start saying that. I heard it in a documentary about the Edmund Fitzgerald. One of the last things the crew on board the Edmund Fitzgerald told other mariners was, "We're going along like an old shoe," based on my understanding of the documentary. Uh, going along like an old shoe means you're comfortable without any difficulties. So I mean, there haven't been any notable problems. I'd say I feel like things are going pretty well. We've been married for about a month now. We went on our honeymoon right after the wedding, and I mean, she ended up in the hospital towards the end of the trip. Nothing major, just dehydrated, but you'll have that, especially when you go to the beach. So yeah, that's just how things played out this time. Moved all her stuff in. Her cat and my cat get along rather well, so maybe I say they get along rather well. They really like sleeping near each other during the day. Her cat sleeps on the bed. My cat likes to sleep under the covers, but they both sleep in the same spot pretty much. So, yep. And here's Cassie now. They both seem to get along. Um, Doing some minor and some major, I suppose, fixes around the house. Uh, the last week I didn't get a video out because we have a lovely new water leak in the ceiling. I'm not too sure how that happened. So there's just a random screw poking a hole in a drip pan for the furnace. My furnace is in my attic, which is, I understand, a bit weird, and honestly maybe even uh, the wrong place for it to be, but that's just where it was put when the house was renovated before I bought it. So that's great. That's fantastic. Um, yeah. So as mentioned in the last video, the train built there was one that my wife got me uh, as a wedding present. We opened our Christmas presents 10 days early so that we could open them on our wedding anniversary, and because, frankly, we were just so excited because we bought each other trains. Lego trains, because we're both also children with adult money. So I got myself, or she got me, I guess, technically, the Lego crocodile, the same locomotive I built originally for around the colony transporting goods. The train I got her is the I guess technically it's a Mold King, so it's off-brand Lego, but I got her the Orient Express, which is the same price but like 3,000 more pieces. So, we're having a good we're having a good time putting that together, taking our time. It's been an enjoyable experience. Let's see here. What else do we have? Oh yes, we spent uh we spent $11,000 on a Cyber Monday. I bought a new fridge and a set of couches. One of those sectional couches where you can take it apart and reorganize it around your living room however you want to do that. And or I guess wherever you do it. I keep mine in my living room. So that's just yeah, that's fun. That's all in. So I mean, I'm really excited about that. It looks good. The day it arrived, I put all the stuff together, and then I think I took a 3-hour nap on the couch. So that was great. I felt real good. um, let's see here. We've moved her in. A lot of her stuff is all that was pretty seamless. I think she hasn't fully unpacked everywhere yet. Um, she hasn't. I say she. It's a we thing. I can't keep saying that. There's no me or her anymore. It's an us, as I've been told, and it's a little different, at least when it comes to actually talking about things. But yeah, as I might have mentioned, I did stream a lot of the footage you're seeing now. Some of it was the recording shortly after, where I completely forgot to unmute my microphone. So or even I was recording accidentally with my computer playing over the speakers, so you couldn't have heard me anyway because my mic was disconnected. Uh, the reason I cut the stream down to be just background footage is because very little interaction was going on, and most of the interaction I had was with a guy telling me that I fell off. So, or at least my streams were a lot less interesting than he remembered them being, which is entirely fair to him. It only hurt my feelings a little bit, though. So, minor detail. Just thought I'd throw out there. The process we've had with moving her items in, as I mentioned, hasn't been too difficult. She's fit in pretty seamlessly. In fact, before I bought the current desktop I use, I bought a gaming laptop about 2 years ago. It's maybe even 3 years ago, but there's still a year until the warranty expires. So she's taking advantage of that and using that laptop. It's well maintained, and considering she doesn't run anything really that's really impactful on the system, nothing that uses a ton of RAM or memory, basically browser games, if anything. It's way overkill for her, and she's loving it. She's having a great time. I do really enjoy listening to her giggle, just like, "Ooh, my horses look really good." That's the gist of it, and I love that. That's great. Her craft room's coming along pretty well. If you followed me over at Fire Woodworking on Instagram, you see her craft room is coming together. It's very slightly more organized than the last post I made about the room, and yeah, we're eyeing up the next step, the next uh, project, shall we say, in the house, and that's if we want to go over it. It would be a renovation to the bathroom, and I know I'm not very good when it comes to bathroom renovations or anything really that involves plumbing. So if you'd like to see some of this stuff, I'd love to do it. And if I did, I'd probably put it on a second channel. I don't think it would mesh well with Minecraft videos, but it would also mean a slight decrease in the output of the videos. But I don't think that would really be all that noticeable. Uh, I mean, I do have a bit of a passion for building myself, so if I build, not like in Minecraft, unfortunately, but renovating the bathroom, building furniture, I'd love to do all that and even document it uh, on YouTube for you all to watch. I think that'd be fun. Maybe you'd like to see me tear up my bedroom, my master bathroom, and the hallway and the laundry room. It's all right in the same area. So I mean, it's gonna be messy, and my house will be a bit of a mess for nothing short of at least 3 months. I'm willing to bet. It took me a month to to paint and fix the ceiling in my living room. So that that should have been like a 3-day project. I made sure it took a whole month, unfortunately. We are coming to the end of my time lapse footage, if you want to call it that. I don't really do third person time lapses. I tried using replay mud, and that all failed on me last month, so I chose not to go that route this time and just do everything in first person. But yeah, I think it's time. Let's get into it. I'm going to print a couple trains into existence. I'm not going to show myself fixing them as they need to be fixed. But this first one is going to be a train tree ornament that my wife bought me back when we originally started dating. So yeah, here you go with that. All right, everybody. These are the locomotives I've chosen to fill out at least this half of my roundhouse. Um, if you'd like a tutorial for any of them, please do let me know. That being said, this one, this one is the Gordon, the Railway Series Gordon, as designed by Bubbycraft. This is Donald or Douglas, also designed by Bubbycraft, but with some minor modifications. That one had minor modifications. This one is Bubbycraft's, um, whatever his name is, Murdoch. I think it's the E2. I could be. No, I named him Murdoch, so I didn't even name him the type of locomotive he was. Everything else here is done by me. So if you're interested, please leave a comment. Let me know if you'd like a short tutorial um, on how I build them. I think it's about time I call it for this video. If you liked what you saw, leave a like, leave a comment. If you wanted to see more videos like this, go ahead and subscribe. I've got a full playlist of videos pretty similar to this one, and even more, hopefully coming out in the future. And this is episode 20 and day 1,000, so there should be a movie of all these the last 10 episodes or so coming out real soon. Um, thank you very much for watching, and yeah, I've been Affected Hippo. You've been you. I really appreciate you watching to this point in the video, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. In the morning, it'll be the big day. Nope, maybe we cut that part out. The big day is tomorrow. That is day 1,000, as you can. Oh, maybe you can't see there. How do we want to? There you go. Day 999. So day 1,000 is almost here, and I think it's appropriate to go ahead and wander around and maybe have a look at how the colony's grown over the last 1,000 days. So here we have our town hall level 5. We've gotten this town hall and these two right here, the two original builders that I don't believe have ever died. Level 5 and level 4. the tavern, and then the university. I think I included because I thought it made sense for those two to be nearby each other. We expanded slowly. I remember feeling like it took forever to expand out in this direction originally. Probably I didn't have a good supply of dirt at the time, and this was all built on. If we drop down below, except for this, so I put down a thick layer of dirt, but everywhere else is all water. It's all underwater everywhere. So yeah, that going. I wanted a. Here we go. As I was figuring out the necessities for the colony, I think I put down this farm and left room over here for a couple fields. And then I think two residents on that north side. And I decided that'd be big enough for a street block. But I had this dead space behind here and I needed something to do with it. So I went ahead and I built a little create workshop early on in the series, I think, all powered by water wheels. I've got a little iron farm, my mechanical crafter, big mechanical crafter that is, no, log stripper. Here we have whatever this is. Uh, of course it is. Cut part of that gap out. Precision mechanism maker. I have a track making machine, and then just general use sort of stuff here. Blowing machines, crushing wheel. This is where I parked my storage contraption, which I don't really use now. I've also, I guess I shouldn't keep it here because I need my hotbar out. I have since upgraded it to have this little section here for filling and emptying my my paving machine for the event of I guess the need of large scale uh, network building. And then I have an elevator here to take us down to two different mining layers. Our uh, cobblestone mine, which I built up to to gather cobblestone to grind it down when the iron farm wasn't being fast enough for me. And then deep slate level, this is where I gather, I mean, obviously all my deep slate, but also diamonds and everything of that sort. It's about time we head out. This is actually a mechanical piston, and it should be the morning of day 1000, I think. I guess I never did quite finish some of these parts, but this whole southern section is, I guess, yeah, the southern section's the important infrastructure, I suppose. So our restaurant here is up to level 5. The bakery next door is currently level 3. It's being upgraded by Arlette, one of our builders. We have 5 builders to level 4. A little path here coming back to this one wasn't required, but I thought it'd be fun to have the composter hut. I threw in a little wheat farm over here on the side just to fill in the area at the edge. Oh, that's nice. That is so neat. I don't ever play with shaders, and that little stuttery bit there is probably why, but I'm a big fan of this. I'm a big fan of this. There you go. That train might also be a big reason. Trains tend to not like shaders, I don't think. Now this is our our cookery. The cookery is what makes a bunch of the create mod foods now. And it's interesting to say the least. Couple fishers. Now this right here, this was my favorite building for these last 500 days. This is the storage, the warehouse. This is where the well, I guess the couriers. I have 6 couriers, and I have 4 more couriers houses being built over here. Couriers houses, buildings don't matter really. I mean, you can upgrade them to level 5. It upgrades the amount that the couriers can carry. But I already have uh 6 of them, and that's pretty much enough for what I need at this point. But 10 would be ideal. I've upgraded the storage capacities of all these racks, so instead of just being a basic chest, it's I think about 3 chests in there, 4 chests. So maybe not exactly that many, but it's a lot more. Let's see. In this direction, we have more of our basic infrastructure. So here's the other fisher's hut. We have a a little chicken shack. Someone over here farms pigs, and even further north of that, we have someone farming sheep. Now the cows are down there at the far end between, or at the end of the fields attached to this farmer's hut. The cows, and I guess all animals to an extent, have been an issue for me because they tend to get out while the workers breeding them. So there's just cows and pigs, sheep, even chickens just all over the place. I haven't really seen the issue with the rabbit's hut, which we will get to in a minute, but I have found that they just the AI for the animals is smarter than the AI for the colonists. Let's continue around northward on this street here. I didn't name any of the streets. I thought that'd be fun, but I couldn't be bothered. We have a woodcutter here, or a logging post. Forester's hut, I think, is what they're actually called in Minecolonies. And then this is just our sawmill next to that. Seems appropriate. The sawmill basically just crafts wooden blocks. Our archer tower next to our tracks. Now, our track our tracks run right through the middle of the colony, unfortunately, due to my lack of planning. So I built a little tunnel to go underneath the tracks and come back up to the other side, where we have a little cemetery where a gravekeeper works. You have a mine, a couple of residents, and a builder. And the mine, it goes pretty far down, to say the least. If I can figure out where the ladder is. I'm trying to walk around to help with the immersion, if you will. What's over here? Ah, storage. Okay, so it goes down. I should have just done this from the beginning to deep slate, and once it's fully leveled up, it should go down. I think to bedrock. It's just I don't allow, or I don't give the. I don't think I supply the colonist everything he or she needs all the time. Here's our blacksmith. Soon they'll be able to make plate armor for our colonists, or for our guards specifically, and then they should have a better chance, I suppose, of surviving. And little guard tower here. This one started off as like a 4 block tall shack, and it's gradually grown up. A little stone smelter in here. This guy, I don't know what he does. His sole job for me at this point is making charcoal from logs. We have a glass blower over here. You can guess they make glass. Interesting little interior space they have here. All of these buildings in mine colonies have had a lot of thought put into their designs and their builds, and I've found that very interesting as they've been going. Now I have a second mine. That was the second mine was really built as I guess a way around the issues I was having with uh I was having with upgrades. I couldn't upgrade certain structures fast enough, so I would just throw down more. If research at the university called for if the research at the university called for a mine level 3 or a mine level 5, I would put down another one and try and upgrade them simultaneously to get them to go faster. Now this right here, it may not be the prettiest building, and apparently that's still going on. So this is the train station. It's a giant building I thought would be appropriate for what I was doing. It doesn't work as well as I'd hope, so that's going to be a problem. There is a trial spawner I picked up and brought down here. Oh, that one's finally working. Yeah, so these, some of them, like this one here specifically, are these over on this side. They they worked down in their trial chamber down there. When I brought them up here, they stopped working. So now this is just a slightly ugly and annoying area for me to be in constantly. So I try to avoid this area as much as I can. We're wrapping back around to where we were just a minute ago, just to quickly see the school and another forester's hut where they cut down the trees that my colony uses. We're back around to the center of town here so we can continue. This is a little residential area I built up with all the exact same type of house, all just lined up some various levels, mostly 1 and 2. We come down to another builder, and then this one right here is our Fletcher's hut, and then next to the Fletcher is the uh, it's not the sifter, it's the crushing. Yeah, there you go, the crusher hut. And then not very interesting, but next to that, this is our little combat academy. This is where different colonists come to learn to fight. I believe next would be our flower shop or dyer's hut. Yep, flower shop. So they also grow the flowers next to them in this, I believe, in this little warehouse area, but it's currently pretty empty. At least that's the idea, because there's no actual way to do it in the game other than just outright bone mealing grass. I think they just kind of slowly uh, grow different plants over time. I actually don't know how they do it, and I have some flowers in here, I guess, so that's good. And then in this north side here, it's just more couriers' huts over this way. Built a ton of couriers' huts over here because, as mentioned, the colonists don't actually really go to the couriers' huts. They actually work, the couriers work out of the warehouse way over there. So these are just here to fill in space and get them out of the way. This right here is the mechanic's hut. Now this guy is important because what he does is actually he builds the gates. I mean, he can do many other things, but specifically I use him to craft gates, which are very handy, mostly for walls on the exterior of a colony. It helps keep out raiders, and generally I think they actually look pretty good. But I mean, in this colony I have none. But this is, as mentioned, this is a pretty big area for the colony. It could have been perhaps a little bit better, like 5 block wide streets may have been a little excessive even. I'll come back here real quick. This is a concrete hut. Yeah, they concrete. They make concrete. They mix concrete. We got a rabbit farmer right here, and I feel like that's a majority of what we have going on in this colony. I mean, I could touch on the hospital, or this one right here is actually a library. And I mean, it's big. It's big. It feels a bit church-like actually. But this is the Colonist Library. I mean, it offers library functions such as making your colonists smarter, gaining, I guess not smarter, but they develop skills faster, they gain experience faster. So this is the hospital with the that little funny looking mask he's got going on there, and a single room in the basement, which feels kind of sketchy. But yes, I can also expand this to be a level 5, and they'll have a ton more. I feel like I got the I feel like I got the university built earlier than expect, maybe than the mod pack really requires, or maybe even suggests, because it kind of trivialized a lot of the stuff. Like the hospital, if I had it level 5, it would probably be working all the time. But because of the extra health benefits I gave the colonists and everything, discovered through the university, the uh, the hospital doesn't seem to get a whole lot of visits. This is our, I guess, similar to the combat academy over here. This is the archer academy. So, and there's little rooms around for the trainees, the archer trainees to sleep. Interesting little space, but appropriately, I thought the training academy for the archers being squeezed into this grid space as it is, it honestly looks like it would be a better exterior wall, but I didn't really consider that when I placed this in. So next to the Archers Academy, in case they miss, and appropriately for that message in the chat, here's another cemetery, another little gravekeeper. The graveyard, there you go, with the Undertaker working there. And then a bunch of the graves are actually named, which I find rather interesting. However, when you when you let your colonists die, like I have in many occasions, these things fill up fast, and the gravekeeper does not care for that. We have more residential structures over here. The difference is I face them the different direction, so we have an alley running through the back of these houses now, which I find is a little more interesting. And with some of these blocks they have on the back, it actually seems like there's like occasionally people occupying that space. The little archer tower here, kind of just filling in space. That was actually put there to, as mentioned, fill in space. It expanded the colony, and I thought having one on each corner back when this was beginning, the colony was beginning, that would be a great idea. It would just hugely help with the expansion. And back then, Archer's Towers felt like they actually really expanded. But now that I actually I have seen how big the colony's gotten, I see that's not actually that big. This is my alchemist laboratory. Now, this is required for potions and mistletoe. I don't have anyone working here yet, though, and that's a problem I need to address because, well, they're not making mistletoe, and that's used for a handful of things. I can't craft it myself, unfortunately. So I probably should have started that sooner. This is a nether mine. There you go. So colonists will go on expeditions, you can, if you want to call it that, to the Nether. That's where the Nether portal is for the colony. And in fact, that's actually linked to a series of portals I have going all over the place. So that's all taken care of. Now, this one right here, this is a stone cutter, or stone mason rather. And they do, well, all the stone work, making bricks and the like. I don't actually know because I don't think I've ever actually used them. Apparently, I haven't done a very good job. You aren't doing a very good job killing the spiders, dude. Yeah, but up here, this is the plantation. I should add to that. This is according to the block here. It is the plantation. And I can farm sugarcane, kelp, all the unusual crops, I guess, that are within the game. So sugarcane, cactus, kelp, seagrass, sea pickles. I can farm all those from here. Now down here is just a little bit more. Like I mentioned, the cow herder's hut here. Here's the beekeeper. I guess it's an apiary, but I mean they have bees here, so I'm gonna call it the beekeeper. This one is the builder's hut here. Um, Not much going on. It's just necessary throughout the colony to have multiple builders' huts because they only like to work in a certain distance. And then up here we have, well, up here we have another courier's hut. That's not important. This guy, another tower. This right here is our enchanter. This guy has not been handy. He has failed to provide me with the enchantments I've been waiting for. And he doesn't have anything stored throughout here. I actually don't think the colonists use their chests. I think they need like racks to store things. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So a lot of this is kind of unnecessary at this point. Yeah, and then I have further. I have another farm there, a bunch of fields over here. Okay. Oh man, I'm just gonna kill these guys real quick. Okay. So this is actually I believe, our sifter. Yep. So our sifter has to be on water. Unfortunately, I didn't like how this actually spawned above the water. And it actually spawns its own water too. The colonists don't request buckets or anything. So this would have either been below the water line and annoyed me, or I could fill this in with a little bit, and once the uh the the building's done being upgraded, I'll have a small stream to let the water out, and then the rest of it will just be filled in. But that's for a later date. But yeah, that's the majority of this colony. I mean, I've built this. This is the steamship Sultana. It's I guess it wouldn't naturally. It doesn't entirely look like this, I suppose. It's kind of my interpretation of it. It's maybe not the greatest, but I don't know. I feel like it really adds to the southern part of the colony, and I thought about having easy like villager setups in here, and I didn't. Basically, I just didn't. That's the gist of it. And it would seem to me that I I started my tour a day early, but yeah, now we're officially day 1000, and that light coming over the mountains. I've done. I mean, I might have mentioned it before. I've done quite a bit through here. This is where I've spent a majority of the last 500 days. But that first 500, I was building out my little industrial area here. This, in fact, let's go ahead and let's get there. Now, the create mod doesn't. I don't think it seems to like shaders, so this might not go well. This is a train my wife actually bought me. She got it for me for I think she got it for our wedding. I guess she got it as a wedding gift. I was unaware that was a thing. She went to a train show early on in our relationship and bought this model train, or rather, she told a guy there that I like trains, and he offered this to her for free, which was interesting. Very nice of her. We have this going on over here. This is just a basic little blaze cake farm. Um, Not blaze cake, my mistake. This is these are steam generators. One set of four wasn't enough at some point, so I got a second set, and I fear I may no, I might have done it tall enough. I'd have to upgrade this at some point if I wanted to go to blaze cakes, for example, and I'd have to double the size of everything. I do already have the infrastructure for blaze cakes set up in here. I would simply have to make more, specifically make more of the bases, which actually I already have 5 stacks of in here. So I'm pretty set there. I just need to send a stack from here over to that chest at some point, but that's for a later date. I really don't need that much, so either what I have already, 2 sets of generators, or I guess maybe not 2 sets, but two 8. Let's just call it 8 steam boilers, 8 boilers producing. It should be about a million. Yeah, a million SU. So if I had all of those going at uh, max capacity, I could be looking at 2.2. But I still have so much left over. I didn't even need that second section, but there's just parts of this structure that aren't used consistently. So we have all the structures in here, all the farms. Basically, the workshop I built earlier, but just in a much larger chunk, if you will. We have it, and I mean, I you can see how I built these out over the last 1,000 Minecraft days in the 20 episodes or the 2 movies, however you want to put it. Um, However you want to play it. I would appreciate. Well, I guess this movie isn't out yet, but this will be included in that 10th or the 1,000 days, 500 to 1,000 days movie. These are all kind of slightly more niche farms. Like this big thing right here is used to produce netherite scrap, and I've got a pretty decent uh, bit of it already. But I think if I go into my statistics, you can see I have actually used quite a bit more. I don't think I can search this, however. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'll put it this way. I have a handful of backpacks, and each one of them has at least two, if not three, of these stack upgrades. I think there are about 3 backpacks with these stack upgrades, and the um each one of these requires it should be 8 netherite blocks of netherite. So that's 8 times 9. So you're looking at 72 there. Yeah. So you're looking at 72 there, and that's 72 times, I don't know, 5? Also, this isn't attached to a train? Weird. Uh, I guess I'll deal with that at a different date. But 72 times 7? 8? Let's call it 7. Which honestly is might even be on the low end because I've even been using lodestones. About 400 of them at that big structure over there. You can't hardly see, but it's that one. That one has a ton of lodestones in it. Over here we've got it's our tree workshop, or I guess outside is the tree farm, and then in here is where the trees grow. And, well, I shouldn't say in here is where they grow or where they're supposed to grow. They just do grow in here despite what I'd prefer. Prefer that the trees don't grow inside of my warehouse or inside of my my log cutting facility, my factory. So the trees are grown, they're cut using the radial. I guess it's a windmill bearing with all the stuff attached to it. And then as it goes around, it cuts trees down. So I have a supply of birch logs, pale oak, every log. Not the nether ones, I suppose, but even the bamboo, I've got a pretty decent stock of. Now that being said, bamboo does not like to, at least this way, it will not build up in here and then be let out. So I think what I need to do in this case would be to take a spout, one of these funnels actually, and attach it here so it would kick it out, or it would actually allow, because they don't accumulate when they're up there, the blocks. I just haven't done that because I don't have a use for this yet. Ignore the ceiling. I didn't really know what I was doing at the time. I did a lot of extra work for these Doman blocks, but I don't think I needed to do that. Here, so this belt brings the everything from the tree farm. It comes from the portable item, portable storage interface, in multiples of 64, so full stacks comes through here. They get stored. At least the logs go in here and they get stored. The saplings and even the bamboo apparently come in here. Just gonna throw that away. The bamboo comes in here. It gets mixed into pulp, pressed down, and then the cardboard goes into this vault, and then the vault releases it uh, into this basin to where we compress it down into cardboard. I've got more cardboard than I need, so I'm cool with that. I also collect sticks here with this inventory bridge to connect the two, and this is a separate mod, create connected as you can see, and then that's how this frog port acts as both of these. Basically, it just allows me to use less frog ports. This side does the exact same thing as this. It collects those items that can be turned into pulp or composted, and it brings them up here, and they're turned into compost. Uh, Collects bone meal, and then I have just a few blocks of bone meal sitting there. Now these are the big ones I think because I've I've used a lot of barrels. In fact, I find it rather annoying. So I have an automatic crafter set up for barrels, collects the logs, strips the logs down into the stripped variety, and then it takes those and puts either, like, I guess it cuts them to stripped and then to planks. And then it takes those planks and it puts them out here into the mechanical crafter, except for the one down there, which saws it into slabs, and then those go directly into here. And once again, crafts barrels. I've used a ton of barrels. Don't really need them. Don't really need this many, but for some reason I thought I'd expand it instead of just having a, a one chest supply at a time. It's probably enough. And then over here, when I overflow down there, the logs come in through here, and logs, overflow logs, will come into this vault. They get smelted into charcoal, and then that charcoal gets haunted into regular coal. That coal gets compressed down into coal blocks, and I've got just a few coal blocks sitting around here. And I can tell I'm running out of my tree farm's broken when I start running out of coal blocks because everything else is overflowed at this point, and then everything else just goes into this chute and into a cauldron at the bottom that where they get burnt up. I hope they get burnt up, otherwise I just lag my world a ton here. But I'm pretty sure those get burnt up. I've lost things in there before. Oh man, look at that water. That looks so nice. Over here, though, we've got two trains, three, I suppose, four, five actually, on the technicality. We've got this train here, Salty. We've got these two. I don't know what they are. Can I DRG class V1? Okay, so so I've designed all the. This is the one that's missing those two things on top. But yeah, these are. This is another funny story. This is another train my wife got me. Um, at that train show, but she got it as a. She gave it to me when she got it. She didn't try and hide it from me. Unfortunately, just with how the crate mod trains work, this guy swings out far in the back because you can only have two bogies connected at once. So it looks a little funny most of the time. But I mean, on the long straight paths, or tracks, it actually looks quite decent, I think. And I'm just going to continue to do this. I'm just going to grab my wrench and move them around. And I say that I'm telling you this because we're going to start traveling by train to make things just a little bit easier. I also think this is my only train that properly has. Maybe this one has one. It does have a light, but a different type of light. A lot of the trains don't have lights like this. Yeah, we'll go just a little north here. Just take a little look. Up here, I have I've continued the I've continued the chain conveyors as like power lines, and they all come up to this structure. Oh, come up to this structure. And this is the food factory. I mean, this whole building is pretty much chunk loaded. I mean, it doesn't have to be. In fact, I think the chunk loader actually loads a bunch of this area as well. But I mean, it does your basic food things. It have a basic, an infinite supply of honey, milk, and lava. Yeah, lava, and the lava is just used for the cooking, for my own convenience. So pigs and chickens are farmed here, so much so that they're cramming, I think. And then cows and sheep, and then I expanded this a little bit to rabbits. The rabbits I don't think really get used a ton, but I mean they get bred a lot apparently because I there's a lot of XP in there. Let's see here. Here we have the a crop farm. So basically, this will just like that. About every 2 minutes, the machine will go through it, harvest everything that's ready to be harvested, and then that's at the end. Anything that gets pushed to the end just gets collected in this backpack into this interface. It goes in, but then it comes right back out, and it gets filled into or kicked out into these two things. So I have a hopper underneath here. I guess I have two hoppers and this chute. So there's obviously there's quite a bit of a buildup at this point, but the important thing here is that I'm slowly gathering, filling up all these things, and I am taking the corn, or I guess the corn kernels and the maize, and I'm building out a cornfield over here. Not really because we need it, but I feel like the cornfield just provides a bit of visual interest to that side of the colony, and I think it makes it feel a little bit more lived in, even just in that sense of these people or these colonists, they need food, and maybe they need it in larger quantities because they're shipping it to someone. I don't know. That's just kind of my logic here. I live in the Midwest, so there's huge fields of corn and I mean everything, but we have just huge fields everywhere. And I mean, obviously, we don't eat it. In fact, I work near a corn elevator where I guess I assume it's an elevator. They store about 1.1 million bushels of corn, and then they load it into trains and they ship it off. So yeah, we'll get in here again real quick just so I can quickly show. This guy right here, he makes cheese. That's another mod I added, but I haven't done anything else with. I figured I'd save this space for that, but I'm being kind of lazy about it because I haven't used the cheese. I have this giant menu here, everything being crafted or being made here. Some of it is a little short in supply, I think. We come down here, I don't have enough, what is that, salmon? Yeah. You never have enough of the fish, but that's because I don't farm the fish. Cooker, smelter, haunter, all these things are actually useful over here, actually. I'm collecting sugarcane here. Actually, I must have stopped because it's full. Let's see here, we're farming wool here as well, just because there was space, and I needed various colors of wool and carpet for the colony. Two vertical vaults here called item silos. This doesn't create connected again, just an expansion. Oh, and then all the storage for the crops is actually it's actually in the barrels here. Once again, I've used a ton of barrels, but in doing so, I have a lot more of that backed up, and the storage doesn't fill these. Now, that being said, I still have 30,000 uh, bone blocks here. So I've got more than enough bone blocks going on, more than enough bone meal everywhere. Let's see here what else we have going on. We have our various mixers. This These are slicers. They're cutting machines here. This crafter here. I mean, the crafter. This one does all the recipes, all the big craftings, which I probably should have moved down this way so I could do two or even three at a time, maybe four if I played my cards right. But I didn't do that, and maybe I should have because this seems to be the bottleneck in a lot of areas, especially when I order a lot of food from there because I do feed my colonists from this building. This little guy right here just makes knives, which supplies this. So that's just that taken care of. Let's see here. Over here, we've got our mill. We've got compacting. Not not huge machines. So I not used a ton either. So just fill those in where we could. Here we have honey, chocolate, milk, and water. This well, uh, what are they? Spouts? Yeah. So this is where we squirt, the honey, chocolate, milk, and water, and this is where I mix up the chocolate. Once again, a lot of this doesn't really get used in large quantities, but I thought, it's if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing. And it made an interesting, I feel like it made an interesting video, or at least I had fun with it, so I think that's a big factor. Let's go ahead. Let's take my ornament over to the next area. The only other area I spent a substantial amount of time on this section. I do need to fill this guy with coal. I'm surprised I haven't done that yet. So here is a giant area I've flattened out as well. Yeah, this is supposed to be a large colony. It started here. I expect it to expand out this way eventually, but this is like the main hub for it. As you can see, that did not happen. I never really got around to it. Now I could. Oh, oh wow. This even has a shadow for the train carriage I'm in. Not for my tender, unfortunately, but for the car I'm in, this is actually quite impressive. So that colony hasn't gotten a lot of use or a lot of care recently. But over here, now this is my favorite thing I've done recently. Not huge, and all these blocks on the bottom, by the way, let's go ahead and stop the train right about here. Let's get on out. lodestone bricks from the chip mod. Oh, and then from one of my thumbnails, I hope, just a ton of trains. I need to put one more there, but yeah, a bunch of trains here. I think maybe I'll print one more in, but I want to fill this whole thing in. I think that would make the space more visually interesting. But yeah, this hasn't had a lot of work done yet. I will be building a large station here, just because with this being like the hub for the trains, I expect there to be a ton of buildings and maybe even the station will go on this side here, and then I'll have like a bunch of buildings over here, buildings this way, mostly buildings this way, maybe smaller facilities over here, like a coaling area. But the main thing I have to say here is I have I have a lot of plans left, and I am very far from done. As long as people keep watching, I'm gonna keep this world going. I'm gonna keep building. I have this whole area up here where my end portal is, and I'd really like to have something going on here. I don't have to, of course, but I think that would be an interesting project area. I don't know what specifically I'm going to do up here. I thought a colony would be a good idea, but maybe not. And then in the opposite direction, I have another area where I wanted to start a colony. In fact, even just across from here, I wanted a small colony here, and this colony would be 90% like warriors, just for the fun of it, I guess. Uh, Between this guy and maybe like a bridge going over to this island, this area over here, I would turn it into more of an island, I think, if I did that. But yeah, that's majority of it. I mean, I also have this huge, just crazy long track going all the way down to this area. Now, this is two areas, not two areas, but it has a large area here, which I wanted to make a colony basically on top of this hill or built into the hill at various levels, which might be a little difficult or annoying, but um, for visual interest, I thought a layered colony would be fun, especially in this cherry grove style over here. I think those actually look trees are nice, and then for sure, I think everything else would be interesting over there. Now, the villagers in this area are supposed to be like the thought anyway I had was that they would be the drivers, the firemen, basically the people operating these locos. But yeah, there's a ton of work that needs to be done over here. So I'm going to deal with all that later. I mean, assuming, of course, people want more of this. And I mean, I sure hope you do. But if not, I suppose that's fair. There's the ancient city over here. I thought about a branch line running to here, but it would be a fairly long branch line. It would likely have to come off of this uh, jungle platform here. And I guess, or not jungle platform, but this jungle colony. And that would, I guess, make it more reasonable for this all to be here. It would also run through a pale garden. Maybe I make a pale, not pale wood, but the other thing, whatever it's called. Uh, uh, pale. It's the orange stuff. It's the resin. Yeah, the resin blocks. I don't think there's a whole lot for it going on right now, and I don't think it's even really in. So it's vanilla backport, so it's not in the version of the game I'm playing. So there's not even a chiseled variety of it. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's a bright orange brick, so I mean, it has potential for something like has potential for something to be visually interesting, but maybe not. Maybe not. This is kind of how I get at the end of all my tours. I go on about, I'd like to do this, I could do that. I want to build a colony over here. I want to build a colony here and way out here. Maybe do something in the middle area somewhere. It doesn't have to be a colony, but something interesting. Maybe I do, for no particular reason, just a giant hole in the ground, um, and then something with that. I don't know. I'm just uh, I'm just the guy who really enjoys the game. Maybe it wouldn't be a giant hole in the ground. It probably would be a giant hole in the ground. I'd have to do a lot of math before I got to that point, though. We've even got. I don't think we need the. Uh, I don't think we need the mansion over here. I don't think there's much going on here. I thought this was just a nice point to turn around at and end the railway. So we just got two ends, about 6,000 blocks apart, I think. So I mean, it's a fairly large railway, and there's a lot going on. But yeah, I think this is going to be the end of this video. I'm thinking this is actually going to be more of a 1,000 days world tour. I mean, we're on day 1,000 and I think two. Yeah, so I've been doing this for about an hour now, and I'm thinking I'm gonna upload this more or less raw. I'm gonna cut out a lot of the boring parts and that little part earlier. I'm gonna do the math and add that in. But this, the 1,000 days movie, and I guess episode 20. I got to get episode 20 done first, but yeah, that'll be it. I'm thinking. So, yeah, I might have to add a little something in a minute because I feel like if I'm going to have this train or the possibility to have this train here, I need another one over there just to even them out. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll do that and I'll just throw that in at the end here, but that'll be it. So thank you all for watching. If you made it to this point, I appreciate it a ton. And until next time, please leave a like, comment, subscribe. Tell me if you want to see more. Tell me if you like to see something new. I mean, I'm open to whatever. I enjoy the recording. I like the video games, obviously. So I mean, yeah, if I can do something for you, if I can entertain you in some fashion, for less than $100, ideally, less than 10 would actually be pretty nice. Then great. Let's let me do it. Let's do it. Let's have some fun. Let's make some content. So, thank you for watching this year. It's been great. I will be taking a little break, I think, in January. Start getting back to it in February, hopefully. Or at the very least, I'll start releasing videos again in February. Maybe try and get a little ahead on them. But yeah, yeah. I think we're about it. So from Affected Hippo to you, thanks for watching. I really appreciate all of you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. This is the loco I chose to build to fill the space. In my attempt at the E762 LYN. Uh, yes, that's what it was called. It was for the Linton and Barnstaple Railway. built by the Baldwin Locomotive Works. Looks kind of small, but it's fun. I actually have multiple, so there's doors on the sides you can't actually really see from the outside, and there's actually a door to the front of the train where we can access the whistles at, they're multiple heights, and train control here, train control here. I was going to put a blaze burner here, but I forgot. And then the reverse controls for the blaze burner are also here, so we can actually control the train in both directions from our seat. Let me out. This is probably why there's no ladder here, but fortunately we can reach the seat from the ground, so it doesn't matter.